I really don't know why Discord is always the slowest thing in the world. Uh, it's good that we are making an alternative to it. But yeah, hi, welcome on in. I hope you're good. I hope you had a good week. It is Friday, officially, I think. So yeah, we are in the wind today. I have the additional fan next to the PC, next to the Mac, and the additional fan next to me to cool down the camera, the Mac, everything. So that might be weird in terms of the sound. I don't know. You tell me. But yeah, welcome on in. I hope you're good.
I Phil's just
God damn.
resubscribed for 22 months.
Let me start at least. At least let me start. Welcome on in, Phil. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. I hope you're good. Did you try to do the thing? That is the vaguest way of saying it as I could. Um, I appreciate. Thanks a lot for the resub, though. That's still gonna be the case. I have tried. So basically, last time, hence on Wednesday, I tried a rebase, I think, and I tried to basically pull from main, but there was so many errors and things uh, that I'm like, I don't know. I don't know why. And I did that's the thing. I don't really understand if we are working, you're working on the back end and I'm working on the front end. There is communication that needs to happen for sure, but most of the things, at least on my side, shouldn't really impact what you have done. Therefore, when I'm pulling, I shouldn't have conflict, but then I'm getting conflict and you're getting conflict and it's not as good. So I don't know. That's the truest of answers. The thing that is the reason why we didn't merge on Wednesday is because I don't know what is impacted whatsoever. And so I would rather, that's the thing that I said, I would rather you do the merging, even if it means removing some of the stuff that I've done, rather than me doing stuff and just accepting some like differences without really understanding it. So that is the reason. But yeah, that's weird though. But yeah, Stony, hi, welcome on in. I just did something on your side and it didn't work well, so I just reverted. Ah. Marmalade, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? Good week, I hope. I hope good week. Um, for you, Stony, I tried a full rewrite in TypeScript, Node, and React instead of what we had, with different types of schema using Prisma instead of the .NET thing that you have, just to see if it was better or if it would be able to run on my side and so on. And it was working in terms of me being able to run something. That's something. But it was also absolutely broken in the sense that everything that I tried to do was absolutely not interactable. So I reverted everything. Eh, eh. God damn. You were sorting TV channels until 1 a.m. That is weird. Um, that is bad. That's not a thing that you should do. Um, day is really bad today. It's just like really, really bad. But other than that, we good. Um, yeah, the back end is probably pretty good, and I think it's mostly like the front end that is broken, but I can't really rewrite the front end only and keeping the back end if we want cross-platform. Like that's the That's the thing. But yeah, also congrats on the stream streak at 7. That's pretty cool. Feeling 70 years old with a stream streak of 7 streams, it's pretty nice. That is pretty nice. But yeah, other than that, I hurt my finger. It doesn't look like much, but I did hurt my finger. I was trying to that's gonna that's gonna get clipped. I was trying to kill a fly, and uh I slammed my hand on the window instead of the tissue that I was using, hand towel thing. And basically because my windows are micro, how can I say that? Micro textured, to be blurred, so that it's not like transparent and you can't see my dick when you're from the outside and I'm naked inside. Because of that, I just ripped my finger on the glass, and I got less skin and some bones in there. So now we have a we have a band-aid on this. Other than that, we're good. I'm extremely tired. This is the thing that I really don't understand. I woke up as if I was, well, as if I had been in the gym for like 2 hours straight. Can't really do anything, just tired from everything, which is not the case. Which is not the case. My gym on Wednesday was a bit longer than usual, but like not like 3 hours. So yeah, I don't know. I can't do that. I can't do that. Um, but yeah, so I don't know. Stony, for you, I think the front end is the issue, and the cross-platform single code base is a good idea, but it's what making it not working here. At least not for me. And Phil's, the merging thing, I don't think it should be an issue. And it's weird that you tell me that the main branch is further along than the design branch. Something about it there is just like weird. Um, yeah. Like I don't know what, like that's the again, I don't fucking understand Git merge and stuff. I'm in the same boat as Stony on this. Um, it should work. Like if I have worked on, I don't know, the sidebar, for example, and you have worked on something else, which is a feature that I don't have on my side. If I'm merging the sidebar changes, then it should go through because I'm just touching specific files. The only merge conflict that I should see, based on my understanding, is when I work on the sidebar, you work on the sidebar, and we have done things that are touching the same files, in which case there should be a conflict because some things have changed and there might be some issues. That, from my mental model, that makes sense. But in reality, that doesn't seem to be the case. So I, as always, as I said last time, that is one of the reasons why I'm not doing branching when I'm on my own repos, because it's just like it's a pain in the ass. It makes absolutely no sense, and it's way easier for me to just work on the main because it's just like it's there. Main is there. So yeah, I don't know, but yeah, it's back. I know, I know, I get it. I don't get it. I don't get it whatsoever. I feel like we're gonna have to go there at some point, so I'm gonna restart this thing while we can. I know you can't see shit, but that's fine. Don't worry about it. We've been having some kind of news-y things, but yeah. Yeah, we could do that. We could throw away the design branch, but I don't know what are the differences. Like that's the thing. And even if I'm asking Claude or whoever to do a comparison between the two, the only thing that it's telling me is that one of them is ahead of the others, which doesn't make any sense because it's not like ahead or behind. It's just like, well, there are different things in there. And yeah, it's just it's weird. I don't get it. I do not get it. But it's okay. We don't care about that. So, yeah, and apparently, again, I had a video today, which is not necessarily truth, and I haven't checked, and I don't have the information, the entirety of the information. But the video that I saw today was the fact that some users have been leaving Discord again because of the update of the mobile version. I haven't had the update of the mobile version, so I don't know exactly how that is and how that works or don't work. But a lot of people are trying to move away, and then Kat sent me a Discord alternative that no one is talking about type of video, which, as always, I forgot the name of the thing. But the reason why that person was saying that no one is talking about it and it's good was because that alternative contained uh most of the features that Discord has, basically. That's the thing. Um um no, it's not Fluxer. It is not Fluxer. It is, let me see. Let me see. It is called, if only people had, the name, the things displayed. It's called GameVox. That's what we have right now. So that is a new thing, apparently. Um, Design-wise, no good. From that first thing. So far, we are winning. Who, who, who does this? Who, a purple violet on top of an orange? Who? No one. No designer helped in this project whatsoever. Look at this. God damn. So it seems interesting. They have payment methods already because they want to get people to pay stuff. I get it. Um, Also, they have the self-hosted version for free. Wouldn't self-hosting be free? Anyways, I didn't check the things that they're talking about, so I don't know. I just received the video from Kat, and that's it. That's it. That's all I know. But yeah, no, I think this is something that you might need to have on the website at some point, getting the comparison to, sway some people here and there. And then if it is like self-hosted and you can just get access to the GitHub repo and extract the code, take a look at it. I don't know. Nonetheless, this is potentially something that we can take a look at and see if they have done stuff on it. That is good. Again, I'm not against that in the dev, which apparently is from 2 days ago, which is the same thing as the design one, but fine. the the issue is that I don't know if I have exactly the same features that I had in my design section just yet. You just push dev. Well, it apparently popped in as 2 days old. Don't worry about it. It's probably just the what's the name? Mac app. That's all I'm saying. That is all I'm saying. All right, cool. So, what do we have? Oh my god. Oh my god. 16th time. This thing used to be loaded with my Mac every time, and now I need to just start the password manager all the time, which is annoying. Yeah, okay, so that's the thing that you're missing. It makes sense, though. You're missing this, you're missing that. That doesn't exist yet. These things are there and working. That's broken. That's fine, don't worry about it. You probably didn't work on that, which makes sense. And then here we had made some changes, and these changes are good because they went through last week, I think. And then that is just such a crazy thing to see. The difference in between the back end and the time that it takes to figure out which server I'm on and what needs to be displayed is such a weird thing. And I really don't understand how things happen, but it's fine. So the thing that I'm talking about really quickly is that here on my design channel, we have hover effect for who the fuck did click on these reactions, like who did that. So that's something that has been added. I also have some right click hover effect channel and folder settings that have been added. So these are something else. And then here, I think you do have this properly made. So that's working, but you still have the old version of the orbs, which weirdly enough is not the same. So yeah, like that's the thing. Yeah, but we don't have the channel settings there. That reorder is such a weird thing. I'm guessing because I removed the folder that is called 1 and 3. These two are gonna go away as well if the page is resetted or refreshed. Yeah, it's just so weird. But yeah, it's weird because you had the thing, and I mean you had the thing at some point. You had the thing working. Also, that makes absolutely no sense. I didn't touch anything. Like I just opened the thing. The fact that the chat area has been changed in terms of the code, that makes no sense whatsoever. So there are stuff running in the background, or I don't know, which is not what we want. But you know, it's fine. If I just restart this, basically the stuff in question that I have in the design is like these things, the archives channel and rename channels and so on, that are a bit different. And then when you are in your own server, you will have access to the settings for that channel, which is the yeah.
Hugo K. Bernardo just resubscribed for 36 months. Aloha, Monsieur Chat.
Good. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. Welcome back. How are you? How was your week? How's everything? All that. Um, so yeah, that's a bit of a weird thing. Um, and the theme thing that I was talking about is basically the fact that these orbs are true circles instead of what you have currently in the dev section. So small details, but still stuff that is potentially important. I don't know. It's in there. Small stuff. So that, to me, these are the changes that are in the design section that apparently you don't have um, in the other things. Um, so yeah, I don't know. Um, you said I need a run build first, which I think is the same thing as run dev, right? Kind of situation. No? Ah, right. So that's the dev stuff where this is for me the easiest test because it looks specific, and then I'm missing the channel settings and stuff. So I don't know. Also, the fact that that message is not loading, but loading, but not loading, and you have these things. Oh my god. I didn't check that a second ago. So, it's really, I mean, I really don't understand. That's the thing. Mizzy, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? Are we gonna bounce? I think we are. Yay. um, this is really interesting that the live version is uh, is good, but the dev stuff doesn't. I don't. I really don't understand. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. If we compare the dev branch with a D and the design branch, what's missing in the dev branch that we need to implement from the design branch? I'm using, again, I'm repeating myself many times. But yeah, can you check for design changes within the branch, this branch and the design branch? Yeah, I mean, that's basically the same thing. You know what? I'm gonna copy paste that and put that here as well as a duplicate. We're still on Kimi, so it's just gonna check the differences. And yeah, um, like there is so much teeny tiny changes that I've done, uh, that 14 to be exact. Um, so yeah, we'll see. I say change everything. You don't want to change everything? Um, in order to make the things work, I feel like we should probably have we'll see. We'll see if that helps. I don't know. Also, Kimi is very fast, so yeah. Avatar component makes sense. Server icon makes sense. Channel sidebars make sense. Message component makes sense. Reaction tooltip, that's the thing that is supposedly what is missing. The chat area is the same thing with the scroll mask, which is my scroll addition, which is weird that you don't have it because I thought you've done like since you have the orbs and hue and so on from the design section, like that's something that needs to be also implemented there, which is kind of weird. The friends panel is a bit of a weird thing, but it exists. The settings, profile card visual updates don't need to exist because they already are in place. That's weird. The channel settings make sense. The global CSS, that's fine. That should have stayed there, but that's okay. And the scroll fade is the thing that I have, which is basically what is currently added right there, which makes absolutely no sense to have it twice, but that's fine. I should have read. I should have read first. I know. I know. I know. That's the wrong thing. Scroll. I mean, it's not scrolling. It's calling scrolling effects. It's just a CSS property, so it shouldn't. Technically speaking, it shouldn't impact you. I don't think it should. At least that's what I'm gonna say. I mean, the scroll fade is already there. So what is the difference? What do we have change here? Same values. Nothing really changed other than the percentage and distance. So that's good. And then in my global CSS for the scroll bar variation things, it should be fine. But there is no scroll specific. I guess maybe. No, not even. Based on the changes that we have so far, not even. I don't know why that popped in, but that popped in. The scroll width, you want to keep that back? Fine. I don't really care. I don't mind. Everything in there seems to be pretty good. We just changed the global CSS panels. Member panels makes no sense. The chat area might be the thing that you're talking about where you flex direction. Like this thing is the thing that you have the native scroll anchor, which for me is not native, but like we need to reverse that to not have it with that thing, which is kind of interesting. think if I just that reverse on this, it's gonna be enough. The fade is the addition. So we can keep that, making sure that we haven't changed anything else. But that's kind of wild amount of changes right there. I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of that. We're gonna see that in a second. Sidebar, still the same thing. And then you have the component updates. Cool. So the inner input overlay and the input overlay ink things in text area, these needs to absolutely remain because we have them. The text area and overlay needs to stay there. Is this thing just duplicating itself? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I see. Bit of a weird thing though. I changed a ton of stuff. I'm gonna reload that. I'm gonna go slow on this because these make sense. These are stuff that was supposed to be here, but like apparently right now it just doesn't want to comply. This is so wild. This is so wild. That whole thing is just moving in and out and re-adding this entire thing, which is not supposed to be the case. That's fine, but I get it. Let me the Chattering module, I'm gonna just undo everything because that's really bad. That's gonna be good enough for me to keep that. I don't know why we still have these being like duplicated, so I'm just gonna check that here. I see. I see. So we have 13 files that are done officially. This one is kind of impressive, but because we did remove some things, it's not gonna be good. Sidebar makes sense. Yeah, I'm tempted to go back and just re-ask for nothing functional, so just like the visual stuff, but then I don't think I can. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I can. I think there are stuff in there that still need to be checked because this is not necessarily what needs to happen and how it needs to happen. Like this used to be fixed, which is the weird thing for me. Then these settings are good-ish. This is broken. It was working on my end. The settings, this is my own server, so I should be able to get access to my server settings or channel settings right there. Yeah. Ooh, that's bad. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. That might be the thing, yeah. We'll see. We'll see if that helps. Maybe. If that's working, that's good. Sorry. Ah, I know it created like 16 at once, so it might just be the situation. Um, Also, I don't know, and this is more something that is going to be on the server side of things. Is this deleting the servers for everyone if I'm the admin, or is this just basically me leaving the servers, but the servers are still in the backend? That might be a thing. I don't know. It should remove, right? Yeah. So we don't have a server icon because we don't upload an image from right away. I'm gonna use AOA for this one, name it properly, make it a public server, and then no icon, no anything. Yeah. Let's press that button. Let's open the console and press that button. I know stuff now. I know how to do stuff now sometimes. It does work. Nothing in the logs. Did we create 16? No. If I refresh, we have mine first, which is interesting, and then we have nothing else. Cool. I'm fine with that. I still don't have the settings here. This is still broken. This is still working, which is good. And now I lost my theme on that refresh. That's kind of sad. But yeah. Denny, hi, we're calling. I mean, if I'm the owner, I should have the role. Don't you think? Like, um, that's such a weird thing. Also, what's the recent ultimate business model that is making money which relates to our domains? Become known for something, sell a course that gives no information, and profit from the fact that people are still dumb and will buy the next course that you're building. That's the current business model that the design industry is doing, which is not the best, but you know, that's the situation. So, yeah. Other than that, yeah. Exactly what I just said. A million in revenue per year, which is pretty impressive nonetheless, is just 100K a month, right? Which I know just, but and 100K a month is 100 people paying 1K per month. So, I mean, that's the thing. And so if you have something like um the pro group from the future, for example, this is 900. It was 900-ish. Now it's like 1.5K or 5K a year. So for 3 months, or for 3 months, you're getting like 1.5K per person, per user, per things. And they are limiting this system to, I think, a very, very, very close number of people that will obviously pay for the 5K because it's cheaper in the full year. But yeah, that's the plan. That is the current grifting thing that people are doing in terms of the design industry and making a lot of money, and they are making a lot more than what you are asking for. Um, but Chris has the same level of expertise and experience that, like, basically double mine. So you need to have so much relevance and so much good content, good stuff out there that people trust you in your ability to provide the right uh, advice and content and teachings to be able to pull that off. So I could do that because I don't trust and I don't believe in making you pay for something that I got for free. Then I'm not doing that. But I should be doing that. If I just wanted to get money, which is not my case, I would be selling courses. The exact same thing that UI Adrian is doing, the same thing that the initial Tailwind teams are doing as well. Like all of these people, all of these designers have the notoriety and the authority of saying, well, I've been in the design industry for so long that I have enough information that I can sell you into a course. And the course is just like common sense every time. Um, but yeah. So that's the thing. For you to be able to pull something similar, that is not gonna happen. Like you can't make 1 million in revenue in a year on your first year unless you are doing something so drastically different and so drastically cheap compared to the competition that people are going to you instead of the competition. So let's say for the agencies, because you say like agency that does iOS only production, that doesn't work anymore. Like you need to be able to do everything. But the most important thing is if you wanted to just do like iOS apps and that's your stuff, um, you would need to be 50% to 25% cheaper than the rest and pump out so much content out of the agency itself. So let's say a regular agency is going to take 2 months per project. You need to basically take 2 weeks per project in order to be competitive. But in order to be able to have something in 2 weeks, you need to be good. So at this time of day, it's kind of not necessarily a thing that is feasible. Um, so yeah. Ah. Okay, so the right click on the user is not working. Chris, what calling? Um, and I don't want to say that again, but I'm gonna say that again. Um, software as a service is probably gonna die unless the software in question needs to be extremely specific and secure. So stuff for governments, stuff for the military and so on are probably going to need to be like software as a service with government contracts being more viable than software as a service for anyone else, based on the fact that if you are someone that is into tech and your company is thinking about doing something, the mindset, at least from my point of view, the mindset is not, oh, let me see who is able to do that for me. The mindset is, let me build that in-house, because it now takes 2 days to build the thing in question in-house. Again, this whole thing, the design part, not the back end, that's Phil's stuff. I don't know how long that took, but the design part took me 3 hours for the best of the thing to have something that was working. I only would have needed to plug a backend system like Convex within this thing to have a working version of Slack, and not pay $4 per user per month, which technically, like, this is 50% of the first 3 months if I'm paying yearly, probably, or some shit. But yeah, so getting software as a service nowadays in the current state of things feels like a bit of a not very good thing to do, specifically for B2B. So yeah, that's at least that's the mindset that I have right now. Related to the implementation. Yeah. Let's see. Damn, that's 15. Reaction tooltip component. This is something that you don't have, so yes. Channel settings is a new model that you don't have, so yes, this is something that you need, but technically I don't know exactly how you have it how you could potentially have it implemented in your side of things. So I don't know. Scroll fade mask, yes. That's just a small change addition from my point of view. This is an easier thing to do. Channel sidebar, hover visible channel menu button. Yes. There is a new dock. New context menu styling with the pop-in animation. Why not? Members panels, pin message. Yes, that is for me the most important thing. And yeah, so you have documentation. Do you have documentation? I don't see some. I don't see the docs. I don't see the docs right there. The docs, I'm gonna use both just for the sake of getting both. I'm guessing probably okay. I don't know. We'll see. God dang. I mean, one of them is back end, one of them is front end, but whatever. Let's plan that. Again, Kimi is so fucking fast. It's crazy. Um, so then to answer your question, I don't know exactly what would be the direction in which businesses are going to go when the SaaS is going to go away, going away. I'm very much uh way further than you in my thinking when I'm saying going away. The SaaS as a business model is something that is going to retain and stay for a very long time. There is no issues with that and no questions about it. But in the magnitude that you are trying to reach right now, when you are saying like 1 million per year, which is like, I get it, it's a big number, it sounds like something that would change your life and so on, but it's not necessarily something that is achievable. SaaS in a small town is still feasible. Like you can be someone that makes 100K a year or 500K a year. 500K is kind of high already, but nonetheless, by doing something like creating a new software for appointment tracking and something that is given to your local hairdressers, dentists, other shops like manicure and nail arts and so on. These are businesses that are boring businesses that will still make money and still would be considered as software as a service, but it's not like as shiny as any other bigger SaaS. So that's the first thing that you need to remember. The thing that will replace it for the companies that will be in the example that I gave, aka, oh, I'm not gonna look for what's the pricing of Slack. I'm gonna build my own internal Slack because it is much faster. It's gonna take me 2 days. It's gonna be kind of quirky here and there, but it's gonna be owned by the company and maintainable by the company, and everything is gonna be on company hardware and so on, and it's gonna be kind of safer, more secure, and so on. So that's the direction in which I think things are going to go, probably in a tech-oriented environment where the CEOs and company owner are just like more tech-oriented than the rest. For anything that is like small towns, smaller infrastructure that is not like that tech-oriented, in which case SaaS is still an option and will still be sustainable for the longest time, but it's not going to be like 1 million per year. That is for sure. In order to achieve this, however, providing the ability for you as the user, as the CEO of the company, to build your own version of the thing, you will need things that you don't have access to. AKA you, then you don't have access to these things, and you will not have access to these things because you don't have the funds prior to, in order to create the software in question that is necessary for the individuals to be able to say, oh, I need this thing, let me just build it. You don't have the money that Anthropic has. Same thing for OpenAI, same thing for Convex, and so on. Like these platforms have so much that for you to build the place in which people will build, you need so much money in upfront to be able to just maintain that. So not feasible unless you find a very rich husband um, or wife that dies in 3 weeks. But in that 3 weeks, you have put that in the wills and you get the money out of it. Other than that, you don't really have the options. So, yeah, um, that's the sad part, I would say. Um, you will not have the ability just yet. But um, the thing that I remind everyone when you're talking about revenue and so on, you should take a look or look into more specifically, what we call boring businesses, because uh, the people and the manufacturer that are building the dentist chairs are making so much money because there is like so little amount of companies that do that, and each chair is like 100K for one chair. And when you go to the dentist, usually you have 10 to 15 in that dentist shop thing, whatever. So if you figure out what is one of the boring business, as in car wash, gas pump, or nowadays electric charging stations, things like key lockers, when you have like a box where you can hold stuff for the people. So this is like a lot of security and so on, but nonetheless, all of these types of business are making so much money that you don't know about because they are boring and not as fancy and glamorous and so on. So that's the type of thing that you kind of need to look into if you really want to make some money and be sustainable. The other thing that we have talked about, which is kind of interesting, being an electrician, being someone that build walls, as in bricklaying, is currently in high demands. They are paid more than some devs in the region and location in which they are. But yeah, different types of work right now are going to be in different demands, and some of the more manual labor is more or less supposed to be surviving, mainly because it's not going to be as impacted. And if you can software your way through something for these manual labors, if that's an option, right? Maybe that's something that can work. But yeah, like I would say that most of the people right now, you included, that are thinking about what to do are in the bubble of tech and thinking about tech as the only place where tech take place. So we mentioned that 2 weeks ago. Software, as in writing codes, is in everything. There is like um, there is uh, software in the elevators. There is software in the attraction parks and so on. For the rides, there is software in the gates for the parking. There is software everywhere that needs either a UI, even if it's kind of bad, or software as in code, and you need both all the times. So yeah, um, theming the server is a personal thing or server things. It's a server thing. Basically, for me, if I am in my own server right here, I have the ability to change the theme, but it applies for everyone. And then here, I shouldn't see the theme because the theme should have been set by Stony, probably here, and or by the admins or so on, and that's it. So this one shouldn't be seen. I should not have access to this. The only thing that I should see here is collapse and retract. And then there I have the new channels and folders and rename, delete, and so on. That makes sense. But yeah, other than that, that's the thing, at least for me, for server things. So it's not like a user base, it's server based. Real estate is not good, but I see why you would be interested in it. You probably have found that blonde guy on YouTube about a week ago, and now it became interesting. Um, but yeah, no, real estate is kind of it's kind of shitty. Um, you can make a lot of money, that's for sure, but you are preying on the fact that people don't have a house most of the time. So yeah, don't do that. I I kind of talked about it briefly on Monday, but I have like a political plan, a very detailed political plan on how to increase the French revenue, increase the livelihood of all of the French people. It could work on any country, by the way, but like the French have a pretty good base, so it's easier to put in place. So I have like a ton of things, politically speaking, that I'm like, well, housing shouldn't be a thing. Like landlords shouldn't be a thing. Like you should be the landlord of your own house, uh, and that's it. Nothing else. You don't need more. So you can potentially have a house in every country that you live in, but yeah, other than that, mm, shouldn't. So real estate for me is really bad. Car stuff, why not? um, See, that's the thing that is kind of weird. Feels if you work on that, I'm not gonna work on it, obviously, but if you work on that, you're gonna touch the the display of these files, and therefore we will have merging conflict in a second because I need to change the drop down here. Um, so that's the thing that I'm like, I don't know, but I don't know. Um, Anyways, so you have new components, reaction tooltips, CSS addition for the scroll mask, the animation, the hover state. That makes sense. The UI enhancements have the hover menu buttons, the inline editing styling, and then the visual polish, the fade effect, the spacing improvements. That's not exactly all that the thing that we have, but I see this. It depends. Depends on the day. Story depends on the day. Reaction to tooltips needs to happen. Channel settings model that needs to happen. That's something that will probably be back in base, but we should be good. The visual enhancements for the scroll effect. Yes. Maybe. Debatable on this one. The channel menu buttons. Yes. It could help. Naming input. MS panel. That's the thing that is kind of weird. So we have pinned item and other things in there that needs to change. So that should work at the same time. The scroll mask is the same thing. And then the chat area is where you have some issues, I think. So it doesn't change anything from what you have said earlier. So it should be good. That seems to be fine. That's a lot of changes that are officially already in place. So I don't know. I feel like my 5.1 might be not good. Gonna check that in more details. The message component integration, I don't know what that is, but that's the reaction tooltip wrappers to make sure that I have the thing underneath. That should be good. And it should work with the DMs as well. And we have everything. It seems pretty good. I'm gonna launch that with, you know what? I'm gonna launch that with Kimi instead of Sonnet. and should be good. The only thing that I'm just unsure is the 5.1. Let me just read that a bit more. Reorganize existing styles to match design branch structure. I don't know. I don't know. Um, I don't think the matching the branch structure makes sense. Um, the emoji picker is this right here when you are selecting something, and it goes there, which you have made some changes apparently. Um, it's basically hovering the fact that on hover you have the tooltip. I think that's the reference in question. Um, so yeah. Um, I mean, if you say yes, let's see. Let's see what it does. Let's see what it does. Maybe it's gonna be really bad. Um, is this fixed, by the way? It's still not fixed. Look at it. Look at it wobble. God damn. $1 billion company, by the way. Still can't set an icon. It's crazy. It is crazy. Action tooltip makes sense. Channel settings page makes sense. That should go into the sidebar stuff. At what time do you go to work? Field. That's the question. I kind of want to. I would love if we could have a pull request at 4:20. uh, I would love if we could have a pull request after that. Like it would be good to check if it works and if we don't have conflicts. Um, because if we do, I don't know. I can then just revert and so on. But just so that we know if it works or not. But yeah. Also, I need information from you now. That's what's happening. I need to understand why earlier you said that it was using it was reverting to a div in another text area, and you had um, implemented it properly, but not as a best practice implementation. Are there other things in the code that you have implemented in a non-best practice implementation, but proper implementation from your standards that I need to be aware of in order to make sure that if I see that, I just say, okay, don't do that. Like, don't use a div for text area and so on. Like, are there other things that from the top of your head you're like, oh yeah, we have this thing, and this thing that needs to never change because I've implemented it in a way that just works better, more efficiently, instead of the simple way of just using a div, which is an option as well. But are there stuff? That is the question. Stony, no baguette. What? Not yet. Um, and Chris, to answer a question from earlier, no, I haven't tried the. I haven't tried the agent window because I think it is shit. I should. I should use it right now because right now everything is free for me, so that would make a lot of sense. But I don't like it. I do not like it whatsoever. Um, to re-explain why I don't like this thing, um, even though still not a dev, all of this means that I don't know what is happening in any of that. Like I have no way of knowing if the code is right or if the implementation looks good or something. So that's the first thing. So I don't like it. And then I also don't like the fact that the goal here is to make sure that I'm gonna use that agent right there, and then that agent right there, and then that agent right there, and that agent right there at the same time, and burning through all of my tokens all at once. Not good. Not a good thing. So yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. So my drop downs were using some fixed underlay to click twice, which is not best practice, so I implemented the proper click away. I see. I think the issue that I had is this. If I clicked on the menu, it's again, it just closed back and reopened immediately. The same thing that you had right here, but you probably have fixed that. It's still not good. Let me just rerun that just for the sake of rerunning, and we'll see if that changed anything, if it's better, or if it's no, it's not. God. So officially on paper, things have changed, right? Officially. But in reality, things haven't changed. So I'm very much unsure here. Like, I don't see the tooltips that I talked about. What the fuck is that? Sorry. This was supposed to not do this. It's really weird. I'm not really happy with it. I'm gonna be honest. I don't like this. What do you mean by loading the wrong thing? Because right now, I mean, the thing that I'm seeing that I shouldn't see, like that's the thing. I should have settings right there. Oh, you mean from this? It's not loading. That's weird though. Why? Why would it do that? Where would that be? What do I need to ask on this one to figure out what it's supposed to be pulling from? And even then, pulling from the live version is kind of weird. Not gonna lie. This is interesting nonetheless. And the right click is still breaking. God damn it. God damn it, twice. wider, vaguer version. I do think that there are some changes that have happened, but not the entire thing. Hmm. Well, that's what I did. Um, Cybersec, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? That's still working. It's crazy. That is crazy. Yeah. Maybe didn't. Yeah. Um, yeah. We're gonna see. But yeah, no removal. I'm gonna be kind of. That makes no fucking sense. You don't remove a fucking button that was a button. No. No. Um, God damn. If I see that thing happen again, I'm gonna. Yeah, what the fuck? I don't know. I'm gonna let it do its things again because it's free and I don't care. But goddamn, like specifically this one makes absolutely no sense. I may have to have a good coffee. I may have to go back up the right thing. Like having a div with a row of button when you have a markdown like HTML marker that is the button thing makes no fucking sense to me. Yeah, like that I should have access to the fucking settings. Same thing here. Yeah, that pisses me off. I'm not gonna lie. This is pissing me off. In many cases, the reason why it's pissing me off is because it doesn't behave as it's supposed to behave, and the changes that you want me to not do is what would make it behave properly. So, yeah. Um, I'm just gonna. Don't worry about it. I don't know. Good thing is I can always revert, so that's going to be fine. But yeah. Um, and we have reached the point where Kimi has not enough context and too much context at the same time, and it switched to using the diff. Um, yeah, but that's the issue. It like I hate when that happens. I get it, but I hate when that happens. Right now, it's copying from the design branch, which means that it's extracting things that I've done, which is not good. Um, and that's the issue. The visuals pisses me off. There is a ton of things that just don't make sense. Like this is good, but it is probably an implementation that is not what you want. And also, I'm missing things in there. Like I'm missing the settings because it's my own server, so I should be able to have access to this, and that should not exist here. So it's just I don't. Yeah. Can I open a drop down? I mean, look at that already. It went back to the thing that I said it shouldn't do, and it. Can you open a drop down and go to another server? Yeah. Yeah. That's pissing me off. Basically doing that and going there. It's working. It's doing the thing that it's supposed to do. I think it's closing the menu uh and so on, if that's the thing that you're trying to make me do. But yeah, no, the issue is not that. Uh, the issue is the porting is not doing the things that it's supposed to do. Like, I'm missing stuff. No, I hate doing separate agents. I also hate name. Like that's shit. That's not working. That pisses me off. Um, okay, so this is bad, and I don't like it. So I think the best course of actions here is to kind of fully revert. Like this section, right, is fine. Like everything officially in the design and visual adoption of the things have been changed, but in reality, it doesn't do the shit that I need it to do. So I don't even think that this makes sense. Can you open a channel, drop down, leave it open, then click on another server that you are not in? Then only the drop down closing and you are not going to the server. No, it's going to the server directly. That's what it does. If I'm here and I'm opening the drop down and then I click there, it closes the drop down and goes to the server automatically. I'm not clicking twice. If I'm there and I click somewhere else, it's closing. If I'm there and I'm trying to open the menu, it's just breaking. So yeah. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't know. That's again, that is the usual. I do not know what not need to be pulled. um, and I can't, I mean, I could, but I can't really go back into my reaction pop-up thing, revert everything in terms of my code changes in that branch directly, and then reapply one by one because it's going to have some conflicts. And it's going to reapply things in version that just makes no sense. So it just, it's not the message input that is broken, was broken, that made me not like it. It's the behavior. So if I explain it, maybe you will understand. Maybe I should explain what I'm talking about. So in the design version, when you are here, I have made or added some kind of ifs in there that says if there is no threads in the current channel, this button is not displayed. If there is no pinned message in the channel, this button is not displayed. So that's one of the first thing. And then I said that if you click on the pin thing, it changes the content within the sidebar, not moving, like adding another fucking sub sidebar that we don't care about. Like that makes absolutely no sense. So I changed that. And then when we are doing the changes and implementing like the design transition and so on, it doesn't do what it's supposed to do. So there is some behavioral UX that I have changed that are not ported because you said just add stuff visually and not the functional part basically of what I have in the design branch. So that's thing number one. Thing number two is that on my own server, which is what I just created right here, I can get access to my server settings. I'm the owner, so technically I have like all the roles for this thing. In the general section, I should have, and because I reverted now it's not visible, but I should have a way to get access to my channel settings to make sure that this channel is only accessible for specific roles, specific age restriction for the non-safe for work stuff, and so on. And that doesn't work. Morton, welcome on in. How are you? How was your week? I also added something else, but it's not visible here, which is fine. This doesn't really matter. So that's the second thing that I'm missing. And then I added on this thing. Sorry. I I added the fact that on hover, it gives me a tooltip that tell me who has reacted to these message in a way that makes sense. And it's the same thing right there as well. I don't know why this is like this, but this is like this. So also that, I mean, it's my own stuff that just, I'm guessing this is just the back end, so I'm not gonna complain about that not working. But yeah, and same thing here, like if you have no files, there's no need to have a file system displayed. And if you have no pinned item, there is no need for that. So I have made these changes. And because of the restriction that you're giving me of no change in behavior, I'm missing a ton of things. And the additional changes that are apparently done don't go through because they are attached to things that are not in the version yet, because there is no behavioral changes within that update. So it makes no sense to pull this entire thing, and just reverting the entire thing would be good. And just use the default, but it's just like, it's kind of not good. I don't know why that's absolutely broken. Yeah, all of that should not have been edited. It should not have, because I just reverted a year. So so that it needs to continue with what it is doing. What do you mean? Me? Um, well, if it has done the plan, but the plan is not good. Like basically, from that point, from the first plan, um, no, it has done the entirety of the plan. All of that has been done. So the implementation is supposed to be done. That's the... Yeah, Basically, I'm trying to figure out what the best course of action would be. But I have a feeling that the issues of transforming things into divs is going to remain, but I need it in order to make the things work. And then that means that there is the need to refix it again after the fact. So I'm not really the biggest fan of that. Um, like my thinking right now is to revert, go back to the first plan, which is the one that you didn't like much, uh, and then see if it could implement the thing, see what specific blocks were changed in a way that is not supposed to happen. So you have mentioned the text area, you have mentioned the drop downs, and there are probably other things, but pull that. And then potentially do something else. I'm gonna do that, which is really bad, but it's fine enough. It's fine enough. Yeah, but that's not the plan. So if we compare the dev branch with the design branch, what's missing in the dev branch? What is missing? Yeah, we don't need that. Design changes with for design changes within this branch. Yeah. Design branch to this branch. Let's see. And I'm gonna use Sonnet for that to see if it does anything, figures out anything. And maybe it's good, maybe it's bad, I don't know, but at least we have proper sizes for the reactions. And I have a feeling that what I just did is a bit of a bad thing, but it's fine. It works. Again, it took like 30 minutes, 40 minutes to just do the thing, so it doesn't matter to do it again. But yeah. See, that's not what I asked. And right now it's accepting the design version instead of the dev version, which is wrong. My God. I mean, if it runs, it runs, but yeah. It does work though. And again, because like, oh my God, I hate when it's doing this. Everything right now has been done through the terminal and the command line. And therefore, all of the changes, I don't know what happened. I have no fucking clue. I don't really have a way for me to just check what has changed, what is the difference. And even here, like it did a commit which shouldn't have existed. It's just why. And that is too much. Right, like the fact that all of that has been deleted and basically rewritten entirely is just like, this is just gonna make a lot of conflict on your end as well. And I don't think this is good. I don't think this is gonna be good. So that's working. Have a good shower. Yeah. Eh. It just, I don't think it's gonna work. Um, oh my God. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. I hate this. See if that helps. I don't know. I doubt it. The fact that I'm asking for not a merge, but a merge, but not a merge, might be a good option. Might be working. The fact that it just reverted the entirety of the fucking commit that it did makes no fucking sense. And I don't think it's gonna work. I don't think this is gonna be good. Like the awesome design patterns, the fact that I know the design patterns that I want to see in the dev branch makes sense, but yeah, also that pisses me off. Using the terminal for most of the things is just like really bad. So yeah. Toolset components make sense. Message components to use the reaction toolset makes sense. Update the channel sidebar uh, with the new context menu makes sense. Channel sidebar with CSS scroll fade, that's a fine thing. The memo panel scroll fade as well. And then there are still a ton of things that are missing, including the main container button display conditional thing. So we'll see if that can be switched and fixed, but I doubt. I doubt. Also, this is weird. I know you are in the shower, so not something that we need to care about, but it's weird that I'm opening without being in the proper channel by default. That's like I'm in general here, but then when I'm looking there, it's just like it doesn't go through, which is kind of weird. So, yeah. All right, everything is broken. Good job. Good job, Claude. Also, I'm using 4.5. I know it's shit compared to 4.6 when it comes to coding and the model itself. So I have no hopes of this being an output that is any good. And I'm also very much not happy with what is getting deleted, changed, replaced. So I don't know. I don't know. You have a good base. That's what I'm gonna say. That is what I'm gonna say. We have a pretty good base so far, which is fine. Okay, it's time. Welcome on in. We're working on Yolko, which is Discord attentive, focused on privacy and security and so on. And the issue that we have right now is the fact that Fields, which is the dev for everything, give me access to the code base. So I got a branch that is the design branch, but apparently some of the changes that I've made in there are creating a ton of conflicts, and we can't really, or I can't specifically really work on that and make it work. So I'm kind of trying to make this thing as up to date as I am visually and functionally on my own branch, with a pending central branch, which is the dev branch, but it doesn't work. So that's what we're working on. I don't like it. It's not working. It's not doing its job. And it should. And every time that it's trying to fix something, apparently it fixes it in a way that is just like not proper code, which is fine. It makes sense. But yeah, I have a feeling that I'm gonna once again once this one is done, I'm probably gonna fully revert again and see what has been changed. But yeah. So yeah, I hope you're good nonetheless. I hope you had a good week. It's a pretty cool project. I agree. I'm kind of biased when it comes to the design of things because I do think that it's pretty neat, but obviously right now it's pretty broken. But yeah. It will be good at some point. Just not today. Today is going to be a bit of a weird thing. and I'm just making sure that it's working, but it's not. And it's breaking in the exact same way almost every time. Um, so I have a feeling that the context window for this chat specifically has been poisoned, and there is some issues in the overall system in there. So I'm probably, as I said, going to fully revert this entire thing in about a second when we finish this run. See if it's working. I have doubts. If it's working, we'll see if we can fix things. But yeah, it's gonna be kind of complicated. And what I kind of mentioned as well is Fields is working on the main branch because that makes sense. I'm working on the design branch because that makes sense. But because what I'm doing is not basically the same type of code, we have some conflicts, and we are trying to merge things into the dev branch so that, you know, the conflicts don't happen on the main branch. So that makes intermediate stage. And I could 100% just like delete all the work that I've done on the design branch and just redo it right here and be done with it. But apparently that's not a good thing. So yeah. So we have a type error within what has been deleted. That makes no sense. Makes no sense. Yeah, apparently the merge conflicts on their own are not that hard. It's just that I have implemented things that are touching features that don't exist on the main branch, and the main branch has features that don't exist on the design branch yet. But some of the features that don't exist on the design branch just yet are some of the features that I have implemented, and Phils has implemented them in a way that is different than what I have done, which makes a lot of sense because he knows what he's doing and I don't. So that's something. Um, I don't know about that, Morton. I have no clue what this way or that way needs to be. I just all I want is for what I've done in the design branch to be ported. That's it. It should be that easy. I'm missing this thing still. Yeah. I'm gonna be vague again because that helps. Sometimes we are missing that value. We don't have access to the tooltips right here. That thing is still that's fixed, which is good. That's a start. That's a start. Um, we can't define. I mean, I can't define something here because I don't have anything else. I don't have the ability to set a role. Uh, that thing is editable, but not good. Yeah, it's just like, ah, yeah, that pissed me off. That pissed me off. And also the reverse, the like reverting to the previous version doesn't really do what it's supposed to do. Like you can see that this thing is still edited files when it shouldn't be, and it makes absolutely no sense. Um, so, one more time. Let me rephrase this thing for the 16th time today. So can you check the design branch? Yeah. Changes with this dev branch. You can check the design branch changes. Mount all the design features from the design branch into the dev branch. Not asking for a merge. Just for you to ensure that the design branch changes get implemented in this branch while keeping this branch code intact. And I had an idea earlier, a way of phrasing things, and right now I can't think about it again. Yeah. What did I say? The docs. Let's see. Let's see. A brand new chat with no poisoning and residual chat history is going to be pretty much better, I hope. But goddamn. All right. Let's hope for the best. I don't think it's a good idea to do that. But yeah, at least this is working. This is still working. So, you know. That's also a lot of red. I need to change that, visually speaking, to... Yeah. And this is the server that I'm currently in. So this makes no sense. This makes no sense. All right, cool. So, reaction tooltip is the thing that we wanted to have, which is good. We are already breaking the channel sidebar with the errors that we had a second ago. Great job, LLMs. Great jobs. We are deleting some of the UI.ts, which makes absolutely no sense to delete these things, but yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna let it work, but I doubt. I doubt. I'm almost tempted to go the other way around again. Basically going back into the design branch and say the dev branch has some implementation differences when it comes to the structural setup of some of the components, including the drop down, the buttons, the input fields, and so on. So we need to pull that from the dev branch to our design branch. And then once I have all of that in the design branch, I can then merge more easily with the dev branch. So doing a double hops merging, maybe. I doubt it. I doubt it's a good idea. Um, but maybe. Um, yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of skills because I mean, from my point of view, it's just like context bloating, but I get it. What does this one do? What does this one do? Um, yeah. Eh. Um, yeah. It could. I don't think it could work, but I'm not against testing it out at some point. I just want this bitch to figure out where the issues are. Like these fucking IDs that got removed in the first deletion, like that first edit right here makes absolutely no sense. Like these IDs needs to remain. Like this is just common sense. You don't delete the thing that you need to use later and just replace them by something that is exactly the same except is system, which is the system values. Like it's just so weird. Um, but at the end of the day, it's fine. The thing that I would say though, which is also very important, this is probably a very good thing to do when the user, which is me on this case, uh, knows what needs to happen. I do not. Other than I just want no conflict and I just want to make sure that the content of the design branch is up to date. I'm not a dev, so I don't fucking know what needs to happen, and I would not have the ability to say we need to reach a shared understanding because it's just like we need to have the features of the design branch inside of the dev branch without losing the implementation of the dev branch that is currently not in the design branch. Like that's basically the back and forth of the thing. And I don't have the clarity of mind of understanding the entire thing um, well enough to be able to say, well, yeah, that needs to change in the plan, that needs to be different, and so on. So it could be useful, but right now, I don't know. So we implemented all the design branches changes. There are a ton of things. Um, yeah. And right now he's taking a shower. So that's the thing. And when he tried to do the merging as well, it was not working either. So that's why we did the dev branch um, mix thingy. But yeah. Uh, okay, so this is still not working. I'm gonna kill that server, relaunch the server, reopen the view. I'm still not seeing this thing. This is still opening the same way as usual. That makes no fucking sense. Let's clear everything. Hope for the best. Still the same. Yeah. We had it work once, and then it broke. So yeah, like there are so much differences that are basically just teeny tiny. I added something on hover. I decided like a conditional display of something, um, and it's just welcome back. I hope the shower was good. It doesn't work. It still doesn't work. I tried um, a full restart, like basically clear the cache, clear everything, to see if it was, something internally that was kind of broken. Still doesn't work. I did a full, almost one-to-one attempt, absolutely broken. And right now it's figuring out something, but it doesn't. I mean, I feel like it's rewriting the entirety of the file. And the only thing that I'm seeing right now is this just going up. And I'm like, that's no good. So yeah, that context window is really bad. So the thing that I said while you were taking a shower is maybe I can do reverse, meaning that instead of working on the dev branch, I can go back in the design branch and say the dev provided a clean version of the implementation for some of the things. We have some different implementation for the uh, the drop downs, the input fields, and so on that needs to be implemented in the design files or in the design branch so that it does the thing there. And see, like that makes no sense, but we'll see. And then once we have that on the design branch, we can go back to dev to merge it to avoid conflict. But yeah, I don't know if I would trust myself or cursor or anything to do that, to be honest. So um I feel like it could be an option, but it's just like the back and forth is so wrong. That's there. Great. We'll see. Um yes. Maybe that's the run that works. Maybe it on paper it looks like something that might be running. I'm gonna wait. And I would say the most important part now is going to be making sure that the changes that have happened uh, are the proper changes. But again, going back to what I said earlier, I have a feeling that this is going to be what you wanted to avoid in the first place when we did the run the first time, and just more work on your end, and that makes no fucking sense. Like the fact that this whole thing has been rewritten entirely into something that is different, I feel like this might not make any fucking sense. Like, if you have a menu, you have a menu, and the menu makes sense. But no, you want, apparently, based on what we have here, we want to change the implementation. So that's bad. I don't like this. I don't like this. Hmm. I don't like how much things are different. Yeah, no, I don't think it needs to run. I'm looking at what's happening here. I'm looking at the thinking. Makes no sense. It's trying to port, really, like I mean, I said port, so that makes sense, but it's trying to implement the thing as I implemented them on my end, which is not right based on your saying. So and also the computer is not really happy with me. God damn. Yeah, that's the thing that I don't like. If I click here, it's closing it back, which is probably the issue that you had. Well, it's not closing it back. That's probably the issue that you talked about earlier. I think I'm gonna try that. I think I'm gonna try that. Just not the best option, but yeah. Um, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You just revert everything again. And show that we don't have anything here. And then once that's clean, I'm just gonna kill this, refresh that to make sure that it's killed, which is good. Going into the design branch, letting it do its thing right here. And then I'm gonna change that first message to say something the other way around. So, can you check the dev branch and compare it with this design branch? It contains different implementations. Different? No. Proper implementations for some of the core features. I don't want to be specific because I know that if I say, oh yeah, that button is to change, it's going to focus on this thing. So I want to make sure that works. Some of the core features. That we need to implement here. I'm not asking to merge, just to ensure the design branch is aligned with the dev branch. Let's plan first. Looks at the detail, makes no sense. Alan, welcome back. How have you been? How's everything? How was your week? How's your months?
We're all in danger.
I'm still using Kimi, which is a very bad thing, but we'll see if that works. So run that in the background, so that we just have access to it. I am still on the proper design branch, which is kind of broken, but still working. The plan here is to plan. Good job, me. And make sure that we have everything that we need from the implementation on the dev. To take your time, don't worry about it. You are a busy man. I get it. It's been around since February, I think. So yes, it's been a bit. It's been a bit. We have everything kind of tilted at this point in all of the views, making sure that we have, like a bit of a Polaroid things when you have, and the phone is not loaded, but when you have the phone and so on. It makes sense. So it's fun. It's fun stuff. It's been a bit. It has been a bit. And Fields, I'm sorry, I don't think we will be able to have like a merge request, pull request things on your end today. I don't think this is gonna work. Do you have in your head the list of things that I implemented wrongly? And that I can potentially like point the agent toward to be a bit more specific. Unless this thing is good, because if it's good from the get-go, then maybe we can just run this thing and then you can merge something right now. Also, that's true. I may have made a mistake on this one. I may have made a mistake. These two docs, I don't know if you have the same thing. as the one that I have in the design thing, and I doubt it. So the fact that it's used these two, I think, as the link that I put at the top might be. I mean, it's good enough as a starting point, but it might not be as great. Um, um, Sign out, I got a new domain, congrats. Plan on actually giving you some personality to beyond just list of links. If you just have a list of links, I'm not gonna stand here and do nothing. Use that instead. If you have a list of links, that is pretty cool. Goddamn. I see. I see. Don't worry about the space. I can read that. You tell me when it's pushed, when it's committed, and I can press that button to send this. But yeah, no. Ban is pretty cool, Alan. It has a lot of characters and personalities and things, and you can change the characters and the personality if you wanted to. It's pretty neat. I don't know who created it. It's someone that is like, within the retro theme thingy. It's just in the pay tier, don't worry about it. Let's see. While this is working and I'm gonna be scared about it, I'm gonna pee, and then we'll see. And at the same time, I'm gonna refill the bottle once I can. I have so much doubts. So much doubts. The main reason why I have some doubts is because the most of this thing is stuff that I can't understand in the slightest. That's my issue. Um, like all of that that is supposed to be changed based on the dev section is supposed to be thing that is backend related, and I can't read that in the slightest. Um, I I wouldn't be able to say, oh yeah, this is good or this is bad. It's just it's there, but is it working? Does it do the thing that it's supposed to do? I don't fucking know. And yeah, that's the first thing. Um, but most of this doesn't seem to have touched anything that is like from a visual point of view. Like there were no visual changes, meaning that the implementation that you talked about as it should have been a bit of a different implementation didn't really get impacted. So I don't know. uh, I don't know. I don't know if that thing worked as expected. I don't know if it didn't. Um, like the pin message don't work anymore, but that I'm guessing this is because I'm not on the right thing. So if I assume that this is good, and I just push that, as a very basic thing in the design branch, and then I move to the dev branch. I did pull in through I mean, Kimmy pulled the thing, and now here, if I just fetch pull whatever, I'm getting the latest one from 6 minutes ago, which is the plan. And now that I'm on dev, potentially, I could try to merge, but I'm kind of scared of that. But because it's the dev section, we don't really care. Yeah, technically, I'm supposed to have the thing align, so the amount of conflicts should be very limited. It's not. Oh my god.
Block me. Delete me. Ignore me.
Most of this is related to the main containers, the main content apparently. So that's like just visuals. Again, Kimi is so fast. I can't even keep up with what's happening in the chat itself to figure out if what is currently happening is good or not good. What? I don't like this, but that's fine. Um, dang. Steveline on the different branch. That's the thing that I really don't. Maybe it's just the fucking macOS app that makes no sense to me. But it makes absolutely no sense that this one being a commit that has happened on the design branch is still visible here in the dev branch. This is something that just doesn't sit right with in my head, but that's fine. So we have type error right there, and I'm gonna just do that. And hope for the best. And that's the only one that seems to have a bit of an error. So if it's working, it's working. Which makes all the sense. This is working. This seems to be pretty okay. We don't have that thing that's behaving properly. That's kind of broken, but it's behaving properly, which is pretty good. That section is good enough. It's broken, but that's just a me thing, which is fine. That section is good enough. Same thing, I can have a role specific thing. I'm going to keep that. The main chat input. Let's see if we can fix that. And maybe if it can, you can have a pull request on your end. I don't know. It's 4:05. Oh my god. Yeah, that's not what I said. Yeah, it's still broken. It's broken there as well. Great, that's better. It's working. If I go back there and I go here, I click there, we have the thing. That's working. What else is broken? this thing is broken, but we should see the message. So I'm guessing this is something that is on your end, not necessarily here. And I'm going to do the thing from earlier, which is like a full hardcore, like hard refresh. We have the right message right there. If I switch to another server, reload from that server directly, now I have the right thing, which is good. I get the hover effect for who clicked on what, which is good. It just doesn't really place itself properly. Like yeah, it has some issues, but it's fine. I should not be able to rename or archive a channel unless I have the role, which I don't know if I have roles in this. And then this one, I just have my settings, which if I remember correctly, that was weird. If I remember correctly, I could change the text from there. So yeah. We are in dev. Oh my god. That unpin this thing, which is good, and no pin message should not exist because it should revert to member, so that's a bit of a me thing. An error on my end, which is fine. Yeah. Apparently, probably not. Yeah. I don't like this. I'm not gonna lie. I don't like the fact that there is 8 things that are considered as if I didn't send them. And specifically, again, because these bitches are supposed to be in a different branch. Like these things are from the design branch, not the dev branch. So I don't understand. I really don't. For the test, for the sake of testing, I'm willing to push like my usual thing. If you give me the go, otherwise I don't fucking know what to do. But it's working. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't understand. It feels as if I'm switching branch, the commits on that branch don't port. They stay. Technically, this is not supposed to be here either. And if I refresh the page, hard refresh, yeah. Because either something is not, didn't pass through, or something else, but I'm supposed to be good. Like, something's wrong. Yeah. Did you make the changes in question from the main and then port them to dev properly? I don't think Stony can help on this one. This is more of a GitHub stuff, and yeah. You made them in dev. God damn it. Should have made them in main. Um, yeah. Yeah, but if I reset hard now, I'm gonna end up here, which is exactly where I need to be. So I guess I can push that because the changes in question that you just did are simple enough to potentially do. But again, don't I don't understand why if I'm switching here, my history remains the history that is exactly what I just did. Like this makes absolutely no sense to me. Like this is not what I'm supposed to see. So I pushed it, which is weird, and I don't know if it broke the entire thing or not. But yeah, the history on this thing makes sense, but it's also like you shouldn't have a 3 days ago thing because well, it wasn't 3 days ago. You created this thing about 20 minutes ago. So this makes no sense. I did, I think. Maybe that's the case. I know you have work to do and it's time and so on, but last time when I asked you if just clicking the fetch origin thing is basically the same thing as pull, you kind of said yes. So I assumed that that was pulling. And every time I was doing that, I was just basically pulling from here. Isn't that like automatic kind of thing? Isn't that how it's supposed to work? I don't know.
Human evolution.
If I fetch the origin, I'm making sure that everything that is on the origin, which is main, if I'm not mistaken. See, and that makes so much more sense. Like the history on main is everything that is like related to what Phils has done. I have made no change in there because I don't have access to this. And everything that is in a branch, so anything that is like in design, for example, is in a history that is supposed to be different, but I'm getting things from a longer time ago, which makes no sense to me. So yeah, I don't know. It feels weird. It is weird. Like that makes sense. The fact that this just changed right here makes sense. So yeah. Basically, if I'm not prompted with the poor things, I probably have never done the thing in question. Yes, you're right. I don't know. But I thought I had. I thought I had. And if I was on dev, then I should have had your latest thing since it's been created 2 hours ago now. So I don't know. It's weird. It's weird.
Human evolution. Cyberspace.
Ah, you created dev 2 days ago,
Activate.
and then
Android.
yeah,
Human evolution.
but then main is 2 days ago. Like that's weird.
Android.
That is probably because I don't know what. So just tell me, please, what do I need to do? To pull the changes, because I don't think I know. Like in my head, if I'm fetching and getting the data and having the entire things, um, like, do I need to do something around here to just do a fucking git pull and then whatever and press enter? Like I don't know. So I think I mean, basically based on what I was doing of fetching every time in my head, I was up to date, but apparently I wasn't. So for the future, I need to know what I need to do, because otherwise we're going to have the same issue again. And I would love to avoid that if that's an option. That's the default of working for myself with myself. Yeah, but that's the thing that I did. Again, by clicking that button, because that's the only button that I have. I don't have a pull button here. And because I don't use the CLI for GitHub stuff, I basically don't have the ability to just do the pull stuff. Oh yeah, it's just, I don't really have, I have that pull right here, but yeah. So is it git pull every time? Like making sure that it's just like at the beginning of the day, I'm doing some sort of a git pull to make sure that I have everything. I'm checking if it's working as expected, and then I do my changes, and before I send, I do a git pull again to ensure that it's changed. Like, could you before you go to work, could you try something and make a change on the file, whatever file it is, whichever, it doesn't really matter, and push that so I can see what's happening in terms of the difference. Like if I fetch and then pull here, is it going to tell me that I'm already up to date, or is it going to tell me something else? That's the question that I have for now. If it was obvious in this thing that you need to pull first, because fetch makes sense to me. Though what we have here, if it is the code that you have, then it's working. Kinda. Most of the things in there are up to date with what I wanted to have. We still have the stuff right there. So technically speaking, I don't know what you have changed. If I'm fetching, just fetch. No, I need to check that. That's the thing. Because I will not use the CLI. That's the it can't work. So last fetch just tell me that I have something, which is good. And so here, if I just get pull, it's gonna do something, one file change and whatever. But now I'm up to date, and this thing should have changed, and now I'm up to date, and my history is to test things. So basically, the thing that happens most of the times is that I click the fetch, I get that bottom down arrow thing that tells me that I have something to basically fetch, and when I click again, it's pulling. So it's doing the pull on the second click and not on the first one. So it worked, and I was pulling your changes, but for some reason, it was not merging them, and I don't know why that's the case. But yeah. Like it's the UI is working, but then the thing that we are supposed to have changed are not passed, which is the thing that is weird. So I don't know. But you need to go to work. I don't want you to be late, as always. But yeah, complicated. Complicated. GitHub is very complicated for me to grasp. There are like so much things in there that just don't make a lot of sense, and used to make a lot of sense when we were using, also that's broken, when we were using abstract for version control, which is basically GitHub for design, kinda. And it was interesting, but it's also like kinda, obviously I'm a visual person, so I'm seeing shit that is aligned. Like if something visual has changed, then I'm gonna see the thing that has visual that has changed in the design itself. So yeah, it makes sense. Have a good work. Have a good work. Take care of yourself. I'm gonna not do shit on that in the next few hours to make sure that I'm not fucking things up. But yeah. And then he kinda, yes. I am not coding this for feels. I have provided some help when it comes to the visual rendering of this, because the first version was really a Discord duplicate with the Discord layout and nothing really distinctive out of it. So you ended up with something that is just like, a very, very simple Discord layout. And so providing something that is a bit more different and standing out and so on, specifically with the flashbang that is the light mode, you end up with this thing that is, in my eyes, a lot better than what we had in the first iteration. But yeah. So not coding anything because I can't, but providing some help. The thing that I can do, which is overall review of the design itself, making sure that you have like something that makes sense, that looks okay, that does its job, that has the look and feel that you want to have, and so on. Still has a bit of an issue with the theming. Not gonna lie on this. The light mode has so much range for the orbs. If you look closely, the top of the menu is still kind of green, and my bottom is very green, but it's like it's gray green. Whereas when I move into dark mode, it's just everything's at the bottom. There is no fade at the top, which is crazy. Nonetheless, you know, that's just what I've done, making sure that we have something that stands out and isn't once again a copy of the same thing. So if we go into the Discord alternative things, there is I mean, there are so many, but when you look at them side by side, like Gilded, which is dead now, is basically Discord. You have your servers here, you have your channels the same way, you have your main chat the same way. When you look at the one that we were talking about earlier, and the other, like Vox something, I forgot. It's basically the same layouts, the same content, the same displays, the same stuff, because people cannot think outside of the original layout for some fucking reason. So yeah, providing something a bit different will help, I think. But we'll see. We'll see. The premise right now is the fact that when you have a ton of servers like this, you usually organize things in folders because it, you know, it makes sense and so on, and therefore you just go into your folder, you do your things, and then you close back your folder, you go back into where you are standing. And then I have my main servers, the one that I go to most of the times to check, which is mine and not mine. And then the other ones that are here are for the spam, so I just want to, you know, have that at the ready. All of that is a lot of servers that I don't really access, but I still have, like, I still have them here. And so on this version, the thing is, if I know that I'm never gonna be in the No Mercy server, like most of the time it's gonna be closed and I'm gonna go check it out from time to time, I can just like not have the tab open, so I don't have the quick access. And if I need to get the quick access back, I can just do that. Go there, do my thing, close it again, go back to my main server. So it's more for different brain paradigm, but it's like tabs on your browser, which makes sense. At least it makes sense to me. So yeah, that's the plan on this one. But it's still some sort of a Slack alternative layout. But yeah, I don't know. Something's wrong about it. Something's wrong about it. Um, Stony, what the fuck is that? What are you trying to show me there? I don't think, as always, I don't think the scroll bar on the side makes sense for the continue playing. That's the cue for the currently playing things. I don't mind it. I feel like it could be slimmer, but I don't mind it. I may say something along the line of ensuring that you have some sort of a. This is closed. Interesting. You have some sort of a hierarchy in between your currently playing and not currently playing. Could help. Could create something simple and easy to put in place. Meaning, if you have, that is massive. Sorry. If you have your currently playing at 100 by 100 and then your next up being somewhere at 50, so that you have not that, so that you have your title and subtitle that are like right here, and then your next things are gonna be that. That could be potentially a bit interesting or a bit better in terms of hierarchy of information, so that you know that, oh yeah, this is the currently playing. One of the thing that I've seen in the past that is usually not done but could happen is this, having a previously played, like the last played item being just above, and it fades in when it changes song, right? This thing is gonna fade in and this one's gonna take its place. But this is something that is useful when, and it's not useful most of the time, but it's useful when you're like, oh shit, what was that song I was listening to, but it just changed. If you do that with your current implementation, you don't know what just played. You know what is playing, but not what just played. If you missed it because you liked the song and then you just checked it out a tad too late, having a just like just the previous one was this one is a potential. And you could limit the same thing. You could limit the implementation by just doing something like this, having the, you know, just a very smaller version. This is very small. Not gonna lie, this is very, very small. Maybe a 35 and just the title could be enough, which is like last played, this thing, currently playing, next to be played. Could be a thing. Could be a thing. And I can also, good job. I can also very much easily see the transition animation for obvious reasons. It makes sense. But yeah, I don't know what you think of it for this, but yeah, other than that, I feel like it's fine. The only potential issue again is the scroll bar, because the scroll bar is lighter than the background. You end up with a color that is very close to the background of the page, which means that you will have confusion because of the scroll bar and using the custom scroll bar that we had put in place would make a lot more sense. But if you just want the system stuff, I get it. I get it. Scroll bar override is not necessarily something that is the easiest to put in place. So, you know, I get it. I get it. But yeah. Also, you sent me that 2 in the afternoon. 2. That's crazy. That is crazy. Did you announce? Did you announce yourself going away? You didn't. God damn it. You're paying yourself. The only thing that I said is that you should probably have a hierarchy of separation in between the next to be played, currently playing, and potentially adding last played as a I'm trying to figure out what is this song that I love, that I'm listening to, but I love, and the time it takes me to pull my phone out of my pockets and I don't know, open the app and so on, I moved on to the next one. So just having a last played as a top option is something that is simple. It makes sense. It worked. It was the case on iTunes a long time ago now, but it always has been pretty good. So yeah, it could be a thing. Could be a thing. I see that issue with the scroll bar because the scroll bar is not the custom scroll bar. But also, yes, you can't scroll up. That's great. That I didn't check that. No. That's weird. Indeed. But I'm gonna give you credits when credits is due, because I'm sure you didn't pay attention to this, but it worked. It's clipped at the edge of the model. Good job. I have a feeling that a lot of people would have the padding left and right be the exact same thing at the bottom to just, like, you know, offset from the edge, and therefore end up with the thing cropped somewhere around here. So yeah, good job on that. The other thing that I said while you were away is because you're using the native, non-native scroll bar thing, and it's lighter, it's closer to the color of the background of the page right here, and therefore there might be some confusion and some visual misalignment in your head because of the fact that the space that is here and the space that is here is not equal. So technically speaking, it doesn't really matter because all of that is transparent data, but you know, just for the sake of consistency and alignment and so on, using a custom Mac OS / Windows 11 version of the scroll bar would be good. But yeah, no, otherwise it's good. It's good. But that could work. I wish I wish. Um, this is a very bad move, but I'm still gonna try it. So, this is 20. This is 35. So I want this to go to 35. I want that to go to 4. I want that to go to 20. Move here. That to move there. And resize to something like 8. And then that, and that. To move to this. That. And then we want this to move to 33, this to move to 15. So that 15, that 33. Got that. Got that twice. And that to be at 100. And then I don't think it's gonna work, but we'll see. um, yeah. That could work. It's very simple. It's the same content. That's the thing. The only thing that changes is the fact that the previously played gets away, as in it doesn't have the artist, which you could still have the artist if you wanted to, but just as a system. It's neat. It's working. Anyways, forget about it. So yeah, that's a potential thing, which is now in the secret project, which means I'm gonna delete the secret project page and go in the mess and drop that in the mess for no reason whatsoever. You know, it just makes sense. It just makes sense. Anyways, what do you want to do with the thing, Stony? That's the question. And also to answer your question, which was half asked, maybe we'll go on in.
Mahibi raided my stream with 14 viewers.
How are you? How have you been? Thanks a lot for the raid. I appreciate it. For those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm AOA. I'm the helping designer. So if you have any design question, feel free to ask. As always, it is a Friday. So if you have a project to review, feel free to do so. But the most important thing. If you need to write and run, do that. If you need to write and stay, do that as well. The profanity is in the fuck counter. That has a very high number right now. So, yeah, that is the reason. But Maxila, welcome on in. Nan, welcome on in as well. How's everything? I am just doing that through an automation with Atom and making sure that it switches to the right page, the right scene. So it goes from wherever I was to this one. And so I just have the text that is on the side of all of the views, so that it just like gets out of the way or in the way when it needs to. Like, yeah, that's the thing. How's Nunify going? Also, maybe what the fuck were you working on today? If you worked on something, maybe you didn't, you know. The fuck counter, yeah, it could be a good band. It could be a good band. Not gonna lie. It would trigger the counter very much often. There is the shit counter, there is uh the bitch counter, but they don't automate for some fucking reason. So, yeah, I'm not gonna lie. This URL sounds like a barely 18 types of porn website. Cheers. Crazy to think about, but yeah. Like a bit of a BBC stuff, but with bears. And I'm like, all right. I see. Yeah, I mean, once you see the thing in question, it makes sense. But yeah, also Tickle, welcome on in. Let me check the page. Let me check the page. So we have very simple thing. It seems pretty good. That's neat. That is neat. I'm gonna complain about the design, but that was expected. You are building belly fans? You're building belly fans? Really? Wow. That sounds interesting. Um, that is interesting. Um, and when you say Arch, then you mean Arch Linux, I guess. Um, and you were learning C and 3D. 3D as in Blender. Blender's good. Blender's good. Arch, by the way, indeed. Um, I love how, and I'm gonna go back to this in a second, but I love how Arch means absolutely nothing to anyone that is outside of the community. And even for the people that are like in the tech community, it still doesn't mean shit other than Arch is just a distribs of Linux, and that's about it. And the only thing that I know is that the logo is blue, but you can make it big if you want to. So I don't know what it is. Uh, so the thing that I'm seeing that I don't like most of here is probably the fact that you have designed this for Android first, and then you ported it to iOS, and or this is a single code base, and then it just like ported into both. Just fine. God damn, the slowness of the click. Look at this. Click almost 1 second to shift the things. Yeah, that seems like a nightmare to me. I I don't I mean, I'm too dumb to figure out what my OS needs to be, so don't don't let me set it up. Give me something. That's why I'm on macOS. It's just like give me something that works, and I don't need to do anything about it. And then I will complain when something that I want to do doesn't work because it doesn't exist. But don't give me the option to build my own OS basically for free. So yeah, these are some issues, for example, that I'm seeing that I don't like it. I don't think it's good. I think you should. I think your navigation should be good. I know it's just the image, but because you have it in the image, it's it's going to be expected. Nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. Um, it's interesting. How are you tracking things in on Android? Like, do you have some sort of a Google Health or Google Fitness? I forgot the name of their thing integration, or do you have like on iOS? I know how it works for Apple Health, like you can have some of the tracking data and so on. But are you doing the same thing here? Is this like manual tracking everything, which is fine, but yeah, that's interesting. No integrations completely offline, manual logging. I see. What's your goal on this thing? I need to know before I start saying
Null X
anything.
Dead Beef is now following.
That's a very interesting name. No X Dead Beef. Welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. I'm guessing you're coming from the raid, but I don't know. Nonetheless, how are you? Who are you? How did you find the string? Welcome on in. Yeah. What's is the goal to have like a lot of users? Is the goal that you just needed an app for tracking your stuff? And yeah. Great. So if you have an iPhone or an Android, that's gonna be the question that I need to ask you before I can send you some places. I'm guessing you have two? Yes. You need to check this 100%. There is no exception. You have an obligation to go check Dropset. It is paid, but you get, I think, 7 days or some days in the beginning where you have access to everything to basically get you hooked. Your goal on this, for me giving you some homework, you get there, you record your screen for the entirety of everything that you're trying to do in Dropset. It is one of the most efficient, intuitive, and simple way of tracking your fitness journey and so on. And it is very, very cool. And I like the designer behind it, obviously. They have done like a ton of very cool micro interactions and so on, but you will have some inspiration potentially in this thing that is pretty simple. There is a ton of users that have like, how can I say that? Not users of Dropset, but like users on threads that are trying to recreate something very similar. So I would highly recommend you to take a look at that. And the existing things. There is a bit of a social platform in there, and I don't get it, but you know, yeah. Nonetheless, check it out. It's pretty cool. It's really nice as a minimalistic interface. If you want, what's the name of this thing? If you want something more interesting, let me see if that works, and you're not afraid of Chinese apps. Some people are, I know. Do I still have it? Is going to be my question. I removed it from everything? Maybe I have. Oh no, I have. Oh my god. There is this very cool Chinese app that I like. I'm gonna see if I can find it. God dang. No. I mean, yes, but that's new. There is. What's this thing? That's gonna scroll way too fast. High tea. High tea is a Chinese exercise app. The reason why I'm pointing you to this one is because it has this kind of cute mascot thing. So similarly to your bear, you could get some inspiration for that. I don't think I would be able to have a link on this, but it is very cute, very simple, and very manual tracking in the beginning. So potential interesting things for you. Just cute ass mascot. Cute ass mascot. So that's good. And then you have Muji, which is similar. They have made some changes in the UI, so I haven't seen so much, but there is like a similar vibe in the friendly and cute illustration things. It's mostly an Apple Watch tracker, I would say, more than the app, but the app exists as well. So as references, pretty interesting. And this one is a cat instead of being this one is a fucking tamanagi, so that it's just like it's different. Other than that, I think that's most of it. This one is more of a tracking, but it's similar-ish. The Chinese are really good. I'm gonna say that now. The Chinese are really, really cool at making apps that are extremely cute. So yeah, shit like this all the time, always, real nice. So yeah, as references, could be interesting for you to just take a look. I don't think there is another one that would make sense. Yeah, no, the rest is gonna be kinda the same. I feel like I have one other in my head, but obviously I'm not gonna find it. Um, yeah, I'm not gonna find it. Not today. But yeah, let me reread that. Focused on making the UI intuitive and low effort to log first, and then I'm adding integration this year. Well, yeah. All right, cool. The integrations are not necessary. I want to be honest on that. Integrating with the step tracker that is internal to the phone is going to be the easiest thing to integrate. But after that, there is not a lot of additional things that really need like a deep integrations, unless you want to get something along the line of a calorie tracker, which I don't. I mean, you do you if you want to, but yeah. If you want like a calorie tracker, meaning that you can scan a barcode from a product in the store and see the macros and so on, that's a good option. Um, that is a good option. But that's cool. That is cool. I guess the last one, which I do have on my phone, and I should just have started there, is the like Area Pro. I should just search. It's gonna be faster. Which is I mean, not mine, but you know, it's giving me a similar vibe based on what I see on the homepage for you. So that's why I'm thinking about it. It's a YouTuber that is doing calisthenics workout on YouTube, and there is video about it and so on. And then obviously he made an app, and now you have the app, and it's there, it's simple, it makes sense. And you have like your workouts, your stuff. The thing that I love about it is um, this thing that you kind of have, if I'm not mistaken, like this section is basically similar, but it also gives me uh, an intuitive things for defining the workout. Um, like if I'm a beginner, I can change that to beginner, and then I'm gonna have the exercise that are related to the beginner set instead of anything else. That's interesting. I feel like potentially I do like this feature. Um, but yeah, no, you did good. Did good. Also, congrats on getting it on the store. That's not, you know, that's not nothing. It's been here for a while apparently, but like still. Um, that's neat. Um, I can also see that screen on the website in the exercise thingy. Yeah, yeah. Also, that's cute as fuck. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna lie. However, pay your people, goddamn, goddamn. That is cute as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. This alone, this alone can make someone buy the app. That's so cute. I like it. I like it a lot. Yeah. I feel like you might benefit from having I mean, obviously, I am extremely biased when it comes to this font. You come to a designer stream with this font as the first thing? Are you crazy? Anyways, so extremely biased toward this, and then I fear this landing page could get a coat of paint to help you kind of stand out, but yeah, I mean, not necessarily something that you need to do, but you know, uh, no, Comic Sign is a very good font. This is something that I've said many, 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 many many times. Comic Sans is an amazing font. It is extremely useful. It is just used for the wrong use cases. It is made for comics. It is really great when you are seeing it within a comics, like on paper and so on. But when it's used for science test, when it's used for anything that needs to be friendly, it's gonna fall apart. So yeah. My issue is not necessarily the color, it's mostly like the layout. The layout is the thing that I would tell you, and I said that many times, and then I will answer your question about fonts because that's a bigger thing. Go on any platforms. So Framer is the one that I use most of the times, but you know, like whatever. And you go into templates, and then you just look for, I don't know, an app thing as a template. And so maybe you like this as the template of something. And that's it. You have your inspiration. You have everything that you need to have in order to get your website to stand out. Like it doesn't take you. This is pretty cute. I'm not gonna lie. But you have like all the information, all the layout, all the thing that you need to get in order to be a good presentation of the app that you have. And it didn't take me like $60,000 to figure it out. I just open like Framer, get something that is related to apps, and you know, um, um, I think you stand out because you don't have the current trend design, so that's the first thing. But because you don't have the current trend design, I will subconsciously dismiss the app and the website as, oh, this is probably a project from 2018, 2016 that hasn't been updated since then. Like that's basically how my brain works. Um, as a designer, yes, 100%. Not gonna dismiss that, and you're right on this. But it's the case. When you're seeing something like this, you're like, well, that might be a bit of a dated website. Um, and therefore my hopes for getting into like the App Store and then seeing this thing, which is the case, I think, right, like that, like last update on February 28th, like that's good. That's like a month and a half ago. That's good. We have like a very not so far away thing, but when you see the website, you're like, well, maybe this thing has been updated last in 2018. Nonetheless, nonetheless, um, I think you have a good base, and if you want to stand out in the terms of, I mean, if you don't want to stand out, because that's also a thing, you know, um, it might just be an issue with spacing and alignments and sizes. I love the bear. I think the bear is really cool. I think the illustrations are neat. I think you've done a really good job in there if you've done them yourself. But these are cute. These are a very cute ID. It, you know, um, it makes sense. Everything is good. So we do like it. I not gonna lie, the design style for this, specifically for the human frame within, not necessarily the bear, is so much different and kind of so much polished compared to the bear itself that I don't know if it fits, and I don't know if you would have the ability to match the bear's illustration with this one, but it could be very interesting. That's it. But also, this fits today's title. So yeah, appreciate you for showing it to me. But yeah, no, it's cool. It's a nice thing. Nan, to answer the question, I don't have a very specific favorite fonts. I do have one that I have overused for many reasons, which is called FF Mark, which I think we have. I think we had a font command. God damn it. Fonts command? No. FF Mark is a, how can I say that? A very geometric font. And the reason why I fell in love with it the first time I found it was because it has so much variations and variability in between the very thin hairline version to the ultra, that nowadays that ultra isn't as fat as it needs to be. Like, I need something fatter than this, but I love it for that. The thing that I don't love about it is if you know, if for some reason you just want licensing and not just using the font for the font, and you just want something for the web or somehow, you know, it's gonna cost you somewhere. I don't know if you have the. I don't think we have the price here. It's gonna cost you somewhere along the line of 3K to 5K a year just to use the font on your website. And I'm like, yeah, fuck that. But other than that, I love it. The good thing is that I have a legal copy of it. I made one of my clients buy it in an agency back in 2014, and I kept the license agreement and the files. So I have it, but that's it. I just have the right to use it for myself, not for an online usage. So that's gotta say. But yeah, it's really cool. I like it a lot. Other than that, I like the IBM fonts. There is like a ton of variations that they have of the IBM fonts that are really good. But yeah, I don't have like favorite fonts. Most of the times I'm gonna use Enter because Enter just works. And if I need like an interface something, Enter is gonna be okay. I used to be Montserrat/Lato mix, which is the 2016-2018 SaaS product startup combo. So if you've seen a website from that era, you've seen the fonts. And now it's just like the same thing as everyone else, and it makes sense. But yeah. For example, by the way, maybe on using a template. This is a template that I used for perfume. So I found this and I was like, oh, this is cute. Let me just use that. And then I simplified it to match my needs. But that's it. That's the template. I didn't want to care about anything else. I just needed something. And I did the something, and now we're good. You know, like that's sometimes that's just what you need to stand out or be as at least clean enough for the navigation. Like I would say my issue in here is the navigation is kind of weird. If you didn't tell me we have this on the website, I wouldn't have looked to these buttons at the top. So that's kind of sad. But yeah, high tea is really good. um, high tea is really good. Tyndall, welcome on in, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? And yes, Inter is free. Inter V4 is V4. I think, is a viable font. So you have all of the spacing, all of the granular switches in between weights, which is really cool. So we do like it. There is in the same realm, in the thing that we are showcasing extremely all the times. If that at 40. Geist and Inter are the two fonts that are currently kind of trendy. And well, when you look at them side by side, there are some differences, but they are basically the same font. And specifically when you have them like on top of each other, it's just like it's so much the same fucking font. So yeah, Geist is known right now because it's a Vercel font, and Vercel is not the best company, so we don't like it that much. But glass morphism with transparency, you need your goddamn, that's good. You need your content. So I'm gonna use some leaves because it makes sense to have some leaves. Leaves be good. Always good. So you have your glass. So glass morphism, which is different than liquid glass. Different things. A glass morphism thing is gonna have probably like a 10% opacity on this thing, and then an effect that will be background blur. And in order to make it make sense, you need to basically highlight the content on top. And in order to do that, the only option that you have is you make it kind of darker when the background is, like clear-ish. And then on top of that, you will have your button things, whatever, in there, right? That's gonna be the thing in order to get your glass morphism thing. If you want liquid glass, which is going to be closer to something like this, you will have your refraction, your depth, your whatever that needs to change in order to get that effect that makes sense and that makes liquid glass liquid glass. But at the end of the day, both of them are basically the same thing. What you need to have in order for the glass morphism to make sense is a ton of blur. And when you do a ton of blur in the background, aka something like more on the realm of like 30 to 40%, 30 points of blur, it's just there for transparency, but nothing more than that. Like not that much more than that. So but yeah, it's mostly like a transparency issue and a contrast ratio issue. I would say if you're liquid glass slash glass morphism thing needs to be on top of content that is user defined. Don't put it on top of content that is user defined. And then if it's on top of something that is system defined, meaning that you have defined exactly what will be behind it, you can play with it and have something that is always going to be fine. Like, for example, here, if I have this image and we use this image as a reference, I don't know. I should have done that instead. Let me do 24 on this. If I do this and I have less opacity, as in something at 1% opacity and less background blur, just, regular glass things. God damn, that's crazy. This is not great because the background is kind of light, and so it's not going to be as readable as it is. But if I am the one that is controlling the content, maybe if I just put it here, then it's good enough. And it doesn't really bother me because that background is dark enough. And if that's not the case, maybe I can just darken the background a tad, make sure that the contrast is a bit highlighted, make sure that it has like a bit more saturation, a bit less saturation, so that it doesn't really distract from the visibility and so on. But if I am the system and I am defining things, then and only then will I be able to just tweak things and make it like a bit more fun and beautiful as a glass morphism stuff. If it is something that needs to be like user generated, forget about it. Use the default system, specifically like the default liquid glass system is going to be good. And don't really care about it. Like that's going to be the thing that I have mentioned and showcased many times is this thing is the liquid glass implementation, meaning that when my dev or your dev or yourself is coming to the file, they see something called glass, they don't know how to implement it. Whereas if they just had access to this thing and they had like multiple effects or multiple additional things, I don't know, like for this effect, for example, it would have an inner shadow at the top, which is roughly a blur of 1 and a Y of 1. Instead of being black, it's going to be dark. Instead of being dark, it's going to be light. My bad. Also, this is shit. I do hate what Figma just did. And then you have a second one on the other edge, but it's basically the same thing. And if you send that to the dev seeing this is like, okay, cool. It's a background blur and an inner shadow. I get that. I can understand it. And a dev that is working on iOS and macOS product will be like, well, cool, that I'm going to use liquid glass because that's what we have. And it's just like, that's it. That's done. Nothing else. I don't have to define anything else. It's just like dot glass, dot regular, or in some places, glass effect, dot regular, but that's about it. So, whatever. Not the better, but yeah. It does work great in CSS if you have the right CSS. So things like, is this going to be an option? Can I J myself from here? I can J myself from here. So J is amazing, always, And if you're looking for recreating some of the weird ass CSS stuff that exists on the web and on other places, and you just want like some references, this is gonna be pretty good. I just want to find the glass one. I know it is somewhere when it came out, and we have talked about it before. And it's just, as always, when I'm looking for something, not there. God damn. I should search, shouldn't I? Yeah, I should search. That's the thing I should do. To search for the thing. I'll probably just have passed it and didn't pay attention to it. Because it's the same shit as this, like that progressive blur transition is the thing that is very easy to put in place, but you just don't necessarily know how to do so because it's not the most obvious, and as you just said, it's not like just dot glad. So, yeah. Bitch, where the fuck you at? Makes no sense. Makes no sense to not have it like right there. Doesn't matter though. But yeah, J nonetheless is going to be really useful and really good when it comes to providing things in terms of what he has created in CSS directly. And the thing that I love about his creation most of the times is that you have the explanation within the element. So something like this, for example, you have in the code pen a panel that explain and expose explode expose the layers, the things, how it's displayed, how it's made, and we love to see it. So yeah, nonetheless, to answer your question, how to make glass morphism good, you use it in 3 places, but the app doesn't, or website doesn't need to have glass on everything. Like that's going to be my main recommendation. If you want your glass effect to be standing out, you basically want the glass to be in like, oh yeah, that teeny tiny element is going to be glass effect. Yes, that makes sense. But if it's the whole thing, it's really bad. So as a reference example thing, because I can, here I have my button at the top, which is a native system stuff that is glass. Everything else is not. And then I have my navigation that is glass as well. And that's it. If I go into this thing, I have this button that is glass and standing out, and this thing that is glass as well for the effect. But that's about it. The rest is all very much not glass. So you just have like that navigation that takes the glass effect. So it's here and there a small touch of, oh, there is some glass that is used within my website, within my things. Not all of the stuff that I'm trying to build is glass. So yeah, again, that's the glass effect in CSS that I was talking about. And it's just an SVG filter. So yeah, we like it. That thing is so good. So yeah, you can do that. But you want to have your glass in a limited capacity. Like that's what will make it stand out. And it's in the beginning, for the designer point of view, it's going to be the hardest thing to do because it's tempting to put it everywhere. So yeah. This is kind of what I have. The background is very even, yes. Does the background glass? Yeah, but don't switch it if it's gonna look like this most times than not, then there is potentially no need for you to use glass. I know. I know. But you might be better off not using glass effect and just using blur effect in some places, aka maybe that header, if that thing is scrollable and it can go underneath, then that header can have like a bit of blur effect and you know it does something. But the rest is just like cards on an even background. If the background is going to be even, then the glass effect makes no sense. The the only interesting thing about the glass effect is because, or the glass morphism, is when you have things passing behind it that are going to highlight the content in a way that makes it interesting. So if your content is that uh, very much pale blue system that you currently have, then I mean the glass is not gonna give me anything whatsoever. If I have something like this, for example, that is uh, an orb or whatever that is behind the content and that sometimes pass through, then yeah, maybe the glass is interesting and the like it's different effects, but it works the same way. But if that's not the case, if your background is gonna remain um, the same color, then it might not make a lot of sense. Sassy, welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? How's the job hunting? Did you find the job hunting thing? Did you hunt the job? Was it hunted? Did you get the thing? God damn. Sorry to hear that. So yeah, Thindal, that's the thing for me. I'm like, if the background is going to be roughly the same, then it makes no sense. And you don't necessarily need the glass. But if that is the background that you want to have, then yeah, you kind of, I mean, you don't kind of need the glass, but the glass could be a nice addition. Um, but yeah. You could go with something like, did I just close it? No, you could go with something like this, uh, where, and I don't think this is gonna necessarily work, but we're gonna see. In light mode, you can see that my theme has the orbs at the bottom. So my color scheme is at the bottom of the UI. And if it's just like, if that orb is supposed to be here, you can see that the background of my main content in the center is gonna still react to where the orb is placed because it is mostly opaque, but it has a bit of transparency. So it has something that kind of works. If we go into the dark mode, which is a bit like easier to see potentially, if I take something like I don't know, this one is probably going to be pink. Let me move that to green for these two. You can kind of see where it is in the whole system, right? And it's there. It's highlighting some of the places that I'm in because it makes sense, but that's like not the most complex thing. Right? And right now you can exactly see where the fuck it is. It makes sense. But it is transparent, but it's not like the most transparent thing ever, and you can just see that. somewhere, then you're good with it. But that's an option. That's a thing that you can do with a very opaque system, so that your panels, your things, take a smidge amount of what the background is, but it doesn't like stop you from being readable. And for me, right here is because this is so opaque at roughly 80 to 90% white opacity with a bit of blur and so on. It basically means that the thing that is going to be on top is going to be black. That makes sense. So that's potentially the recommendation that I can have. And for that image specifically, well, you don't have much. I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind like a lighter, whiter thing here. But yeah. With the, God damn it, with the background, that's where it is. If you drop the opacity, you'd be pretty good. It's, again, it's not much, but right, if I put this thing in white at like 10%, which is I think you were, as you said, you are like roughly at like 25, 30% ish. So if I put like 40% on this thing, and then I'm getting the effect of the background blur, and I'm making sure that it's like more blurred, I'd go close to like 44, 48 points. But this is going to be a bit of it's going to be a hassle for making sure that this thing is going to be performant if it's blurring the background as well. And so in order to avoid this, I might just get this thing at like, I don't know, 24, but the opacity to be roughly like, I don't know, 80%. So it still bleed through, but I can have whatever the fuck I want on top, and it's never going to be an issue. And specifically, if I'm like in the dark thing, you can go into like 60% ish. It's always going to be fine. Like your text on a card or something, like right now at 40 is kind of crazy, but you know, like it's never gonna be an issue to read stuff at 80% opacity. So I do like that. And this kind of works. This kind of works. Specifically, if you are like an only light mode theme, that's good. It's working. It's readable enough. You have enough contrast with the background. You can see the thing bleed through just a teeny tiny amount. And yeah, make sure, please, for the love of yourself, make sure you test it out on Firefox, Opera, Safari, if you have access to it, because blur is a pain in the ass, and it will break. It will break all the time. So yeah, Explorer doesn't really need to be tested anymore because it's not as used. But yeah. Um, but nonetheless, the thing that is interesting, potentially important, potentially useful is the fact that if you are doing something like this, for example, and you have, your thing is right there, maybe the background blur is not necessary in some specific browsers. Like maybe this thing is um, just just like that, and it's gonna be fine. In which case, like you can say that you are at 80% or 98% or something, and regardless of if you have a background that is pure white or background that is pure black, the blur effect is not necessary in most cases. If you do have it, which we do like, it just brings or adds something that just kind of helps. But if you are like at 80% nonetheless, you're just never going to really see through. So, eh, you know, it depends on you. But that's the thing. Other than that, you can go into Dribble and look for glass morphism and cry because most of them are shit. But if I look at this one, for example, the glass is just this thing. And it makes the top of the fucking inputs be absolutely not readable. But there is not a lot of glass other than this and the header, and that's about it. The rest of the cards are not really glass, and that's the limitation that you have. You really want the main content to be not that glass. It's just like, oh yeah, and that header, that panel, that thing is glass. The rest is mostly cards, um, and that makes sense. So that might be the thing. The current, not that you care about that, or uh, want to change your design styles, but the current design trends is going back towards a bit more skeuomorphic uh, stuff. Like we are pulling like toward a different vibe and bringing back some of these old skeuomorphic um, designs. I don't even think I can find something not there. Maybe in my saved. Maybe I have it in here. Um, I don't. I don't have it in here. I don't have it in here, and I will not have that either way. Goddamn. Um, there is this glass thing that is kind of coming back, so that's one of them. Not early iOS, but um, like this is not gonna work. Uh, this is gonna work better. Shit like this. This one is pretty good for the presentation, and this shit is also kind of the same vibe. So that, in terms of the design style, is the direction in which a lot of designers are going toward right now, meaning that it's not fully skeuomorphic like early iOS as you talk about, but it has some texture. There is something about it, specifically that button and so on. And then this one is kind of the same thing. It it has that early iOS thing, but it retains the current very minimalistic design in the trend, but there is still a lot of skeuomorphic things, as in the needles and the handles, the hands have like their shadows, their highlights, and so on. The glass in here has that very bright highlight and so on. So uh, that is a thing that is kind of coming back, not really, but kind of um, that a lot of people are trying to recreate, and it's not like it's not the best implementation, but it's not the worst implementation. And most people are doing shit like this. Otherwise, you have people that are kind of just going crazy and all the way, making sure that everything is as realistic as possible, which is another option, but I don't think it would work for you, at least not for your use case. So, different vibe, different direction in which people are going towards makes sense. And with me being on social media all the time, always, all day, every day, I can tell you, small detail like that, like this highlight, that kind of corner highlighted here, that is not necessarily like a glass, but it's not skeuomorphic either. It's kind of in the same vibe, and you could just have that as small highlights, small details here and there, rather than going towards something that's like truly glass that ensure that it's not really readable. If the background here was pretty white, this wouldn't work. So there is that. The other thing that we want to ensure and talk about before moving on to anything else is what you need to work on in terms of your color is going to be the OKLCH color formats in order to be able to pull the right color based on the background through the system, meaning that the OKLCH has the ability to just move the lightness and brightness of the color almost automatically while you are highlighting or like moving things behind or above. So if you set up your system properly, it will have enough understanding to say, oh, that thing doesn't have enough contrast ratio, so I need to dump a bit of brightness on this thing to be readable, or bump this thing in brightness and lightness to be able to see things because my background is darker. So for example, here, if this was an OKLCH transition thing, because that section with the text is mostly on something that is dark, this text will probably need to be raised just a smidge in lightness to be like, yeah. So that's a thing that you could do in order to make sure that you have the right colors and so on. This is cool. The issue that you have with it is that it is too transparent. It doesn't have enough blur in order to make it like accessible. Like that pinned section is really hard to read, specifically because the background behind it is kind of white, and so that you would have some issues here and there. But overall, I like this. It's fun. I think there is option to make things better like this. I think Ilya is doing something similar, or has been doing something similar in the past. In the past few days, by creating or recreating some of these things. And so that this is current on its way out style. This is past style, and this is the current style in which a lot of people are going, or at least a lot of designers are going back towards that styling ID. So if you want to go somewhere else, somewhere like this is a pretty interesting way of doing things. I like it. I think it's fun. I think it stands out. But yeah, it's a bit of a mix of the Aqua from macOS 10.2 and the newer kind of more blurry, more um, opaque glass thingy. So it makes sense. Um, yeah, as well. It has a gradient. I mean, basically everything has a gradient. If you look closely, the top of the card is white, the bottom of the card is kind of gray. The top of the button is white-ish. It has a bit of a darker thing in the center, and it has a lighter thing at the bottom. This one, same thing. It's white at the top. It goes gray. There is a highlight, and then the cross inside also is darker inside at the top and lighter at the bottom. And this is always to create that elevation, so you end up with um, my usual presentation for this is that if I take this square right here and I say I need to lift it from the floor, let me create a second one. I need to lift this thing from the floor. So I'm just gonna add a shadow, and because I want to make sure that it stands out as something that has been lifted from the floor, I'm just gonna add an inner shadow that's going to be white instead of black, and probably at like 1 point of blur and 0.5 in Y or something. And now it's lifted from the floor. It's really bad, but it's lifted from the floor. If I want to make it inside of the floor, I would need something that is probably a tad darker, or maybe just a transition that goes from a tad darker at the top right there to a bit equal to the thing, and then have like an effect that would be an inner shadow, and that's basically it. But in order to make like my same effect as the other one, I'm just gonna have an inner shadow that is -1 at 1 and probably white at, I don't know, 16%. You know what? -1 is not necessarily the best option, but it's fine. And it's just like 2 settings. I have 2 shadows, and that way I have one that is raised from the floor, one that is inside of the floor, and that's the only difference. If I wanted to make sure that this thing had, like, I don't know, was bold in the center, the color here would need to be a true gradient from that color that needs to go somewhere around here, and then probably like lighter around there, and then darker around here. And that gives us like a bit of a convex effect. Obviously, it would need some sort of a like that to sell it a bit more. But yeah, I mean, that kind of make it more concave than anything. That's better. But yeah, you have like the ability to shift everything, and for that new trend, these principle of just using shadows and gradients is basically coming back. So yeah. Yeah, that might be the case. Like this is basically the same thing. It's the same, it's the same ID. It's very simple. You just have like a highlight on one side and the shadow on the other, and then when something needs to be like an input field, it's going to be within. Like same thing as that. Like it's very noticeable when you know what we're talking about, but most people don't really see these details. And it's just, yeah, of course. Of course, you can show your company website, but yeah, like that thing is glass from before. Like that's the glass from before that I um, same thing as the Vista themes and so on that are too transparent compared to what they need to showcase. So yeah, this is dated, but this is also bad shadows, and it can be fixed very easily. But yeah, I yeah, it's a bit dated because of the lack of corner radius and the type of shadows that is used. But it's working. Like, you have something that looks like this. So you have like a white frame with something, and then you have your image number one. So let's use the technology one because it makes sense. It's always a good idea to use like some shit like this. And then on top of that, you have a stroke that is on the outside that is pure white, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm gonna use that at 8 so that it makes sense. And my background is kind of off white-ish, right? You get that thing so that it stands out and you see the difference. And then on top of this thing, you have an additional frame, which is going to be filled white, same thing. And then yeah, there is text and whatever, but we don't really care. In order for you to make sure that um, it it stands out, because right here there is a bleed. What happened is that you added an effect, which is a drop shadow, and at the time, because right now this is already a better shadow based on placement and so on, the initial shadow system was not changing the y-axis. So you have something that looks like this. So both of your elements are looking kind of like this. It looks as if the light source was right on top of each of the elements. Whereas we usually say that the URL bar is the light source. So everything coming from that top section. So we want these things to go down. So if we have like 8 here, then we have like the distance in between the two. So that makes sense. And then here, if I wanted to make sure that my hierarchy of information is making a lot more sense, I'm going to have something, and that's a me thing, don't worry about it. I'm going to have something here that is probably going to be at like, I don't know, 4 for this one and an 8 for this one. And so what that means is that there is a bit of a difference in between these two. So what I'm going to do is just move that in the back, duplicate it, something like just like this, move it back up on top of the thing, and then frame it, clip it right about there, and allow for this secondary image to not be at 8 but be at 4 with a blur of probably 6 or probably 4. I'd say 4 would be okay. Yeah, 4 would be okay. And then that, basically what it does, right now we have a bit of an issue with the overlap right here, which needs to be right about there. That highlight right there, the distance, I should make this I should make this red so that it makes more sense. The distance here for the for the the distance in between the paper and the image is going to be smaller. No, not that. God damn. Why? Then the one that is in the background. So you end up with something that just has the realness of the depth, because this is lifted from the floor at 4 points or 6 points. This is lifted at 8. Therefore, the distance and difference in between the two is going to be somewhere around here. So we want to like basically ensure that you have like the right amount of shadow bleeding through. It's a bit of a knick-knack to figure it out and make sure that it works the same and it has everything that you need to have. But that's basically what I love to do in order to create something that kind of looks natural. And it's a lot of work for no fucking reason, and I wouldn't recommend you do so because goddamn. But it's fun. It's fun to have. It's fun to play with and have that distance. So that is a bit better in terms of border radius to make sense. The second thing, don't do this. This is a pain in the ass. Avoid it. The second thing is if you create an element, this might, I mean, right now this is a bit not feasible because I don't have the top-down camera as always, but you want your thing to have a shadow that is within its bound and not outer. So this is basically within your element, you will change the spread to have a negative spread equal to the distance or the blur. So right now we have a distance of 8. If you want your thing to be realistic, you make your spread -8, and it's gonna just be that teeny tiny highlight at the edge of the element. And that makes sense. Like the blur at 8 is what I'm using, so I would probably bump this to like something like 10 to 12 to just get that seated properly. And then the thing that we do use is that if we have like a shadow that is closer to the theme, so if my theme is kind of blue-ish, I'm gonna use that and then change the opacity to be, I don't know, 20%, 25%, something. And it looks more natural of a drop shadow compared to the regular one. And it didn't take me like a lot of work to figure that out compared to if I go back to 880, for example, that's kind of stronger. And if I go back to what we had earlier, you can kind of see the difference in shadows and stuff. So this one is going to be a bit more subtle. It gives you the highlight, but you will lose the separation right here. So that's fine. And then if you want to keep going with this, you can have your kind of transitions that we talked about earlier. So a bit of a gray and white at the top, for example, very, very slight amount. If my whole thing is kind of a blue theme, I'm gonna go for a blue-ish gray, not too much, but like just a smidge to make it go through. And that way you would have like more separation with your elements. You still have like that transition that is kind of weird, but it doesn't really matter right here. So insert the shadow in CSS is like this. You have your drop shadow or box shadow. I forgot which one it is. I think it's drop shadow. You have your drop shadow like this, and then you basically have your values that is X, Y, blur, and then inset. Like you have a fourth value that you can change, and that's your inset. So if you just change that thing to -8, it's gonna be good. Oh. But yeah, drop shadow or blocks, I think it's the same thing. With this, so if I'm like right there, and I change that value here to, I don't know, 10, you can kind of see. I think I need to be in light mode here. If I change that to, I don't know, 16 on this one, you can see how it's bigger and so on. If I just make it -16, it's going to be within the element. And in order to make sure that I have the thing that works, I'm going to need to be at least at 16 so that it's like further down. So by having my element right here at, I don't know, 16 points of blur and -16 in spread, just called the spread, you end up with that effect. And it's pretty simple. It works. No, the fourth one is the spread, and then you have the color right there. Still, not a dev. I don't know what I'm doing in code, but in shadows, I'm pretty okay with it. But yeah, like that's the thing. The presentation that I do most of the time to showcase how things are happening and to basically understand the spread. It's if I take this element and I make sure that my shadow right here is getting through, like within, and I'm gonna make sure that it has like no blur. A shadow at 0, 0 with no blur and no spread, it's going to be right behind the element. If I have a spread that is positive, it's gonna get outside of the bounds. If I have a spread that is negative, it's gonna be inside of the bounds. So the goal is to make sure that you have enough shadow sliding off. I could just make that a bit like more opaque so that it's more visible. And with just this thing, I can just play with how much more visible or less visible it's going to be. So if it's at a -8, it's contracted 8 pixel within the element. So the distance in between the shadow itself and the edge is going to be 8 pixels. And you can play with that as much as you want. If I do 16 here with a blur of 16, you can see that I'm still bleeding through on the edges. So the reason for our -16, for example, is to not have that much bleed around here. So you might just push the content a bit down. It doesn't have anything at the top. It doesn't really matter. But you have like that nice highlight at the bottom, which would probably be something like this. Yeah, for the sake of presentation, as always, doing something like this will help to see how the spread is working. It's very simple, but it's just something that most people don't use. And we use shadow spread to fake border, like CSS borders, in many, many cases. When you look at the how is it called? The focus rings for buttons and so on, we are using a shadow that has a spread of 2. So you have your button that is like this, and then you get like that thing. And because it's a shadow, it's going to match the content and be good with it. So, but it's just like a spreaded shadow, and it makes sense. It looks like a border, but it's not. Yeah, that's interesting. It's way too insetted on this one, but it's interesting. It makes the don't worry about it. I mean, it's a Friday. Friday is a review day, so that's what we do. You can share more if you have more. um, what I would do here is probably have some sort of a different color for the image and the boxes, because you want this thing to kind of stand out in terms of color. So having like an off-white for the picture and a white for the text so that it stands out could be an option. Um, if you just have, if it's a picture and the goal is to make it look like it's a Polaroid thing, I'm not going to take an example at my screen and my stream, but if you just do that, sometimes that's enough. It's just like the brain is like, okay, cool, that's two different things. I get it. There's an angle. It's good. It, you know, you don't need much most of the times. Um, and then the thing that is potentially interesting and important is, again, the distance in between the element that you're trying to highlight on top of the content and the floor. So the gray thing here, which is what you have right there, is the floor. Is your picture on the floor? If it's on the floor, then your drop shadow is gonna have like a y-axis of, I don't know, 2 maybe, and the blur, because it's very close to the floor, is probably gonna be somewhere along the line of 1 or 2, maybe 2, just to have like a bit more highlighted and so on, but not much. Like it's sitting on the floor. However, this thing is floating miles ahead, and therefore the blur is going to be bigger and the Y portion is going to be like higher. So that gives us that separation in between the two elements, and you can kind of see the distance in between the things. So that's the other thing that you can play with. And as always, because you are using shadow, if you're like rotating something, the shadow is properly dropped, rather than if you are using a fixed element, you end up with something that is just like not as good. So small details, but it makes sense. So yeah, like something like this, for example, might be the option. I don't know if this would make sense to have the same style. I also don't know if this is a section that has like image, 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 or if it's just like you showed 4 of them. I would say something that is important, not really, but something that is good to remember is to not have the same thing too much. So if you have like if you have the website that has, I don't know, a bit of a glass effect again,
ASXDCXZ is now following.
getting glass effect on everything, not so great. If you have something with elevation everything, not so great. So maybe you can limit the use case here and there and so on. But yeah. I'm reading that name and obviously I can't. ASXDCXZ. Is that like the keyboard for navigation? Anyways, welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. Tell me how I need it to say your name. AS. ASEX. Maybe. DCX. XD. I don't know. for calling. Thanks for following. Um, so yeah, most of the thing that I want to mention here is that don't do it too much. Like you know, um, it's going to be kind of jarring if everything has the same elevations, and specifically if you have like a collection of cards, it makes more sense to have like um, the proper presentation, and then you can have elevation as something else. I do, but I don't, but I do. So I do recommend color theory books because it makes sense to understand how color works. But most of the color theory books that exist are usually pompous as fuck. And it's like people that can't feel themselves and just like, oh my god, the color is so good. So I hate the writing of color theory books, but I understand the concept and the usefulness of what it is and how it needs to be used. What I would highly recommend instead is color combination books. So there is that Japanese color combination book. I forgot the name. I think that's the one. A dictionary of color combination. I think that's the one that I have in mind. It's a very interesting, simple thing. It has very minimalistic design, and you have color combinations for things. And there is a lot of people on the internet that are using this book as reference for creating outfits in fashion, for creating paintings, for defining the colors that they will use in their apps and their website and so on. And they are like creating such an interesting, well, gamut of colors and unified things. And this one is one of them that I like. I don't know how easy it is to find nowadays. I know that there is a second edition that is, pretty nice, and we do like it, but because it's in Japanese, you may have some issues. Not everyone is able to read Japanese, but if you are listening, trying to learn Japanese, you can. It's good. Product placement on point. The other one is going to be the Tobias von Schneider. Von Schneider. I never know how to fucking place his name. He has a book of colors somewhere, and I forgot where it is. I know it is somewhere within this thing, and it's a very minimal, not book, but like simplistic thing. Is it just at the end of the fucking site? I think it is. I think it is. The mindful created color palettes is a thing that we've been seeing since 2013, 2012. I
Thindle
don't know.
just
It's been a
gifted
while.
10 subs.
Why? I appreciate it. let me let me click on this thing though. Let me click on your last message. 1 second. Going back up. You sent a thing right about here. Yes. Who did you get though? Because that's important. As always, you got Captain Sir, Exerial, Jessica, congrats. Zora, congrats. Chaz, Tobias, Prodigy, Mali, no, congrats on getting a sub. And Casing, gifted subs. And I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I am very poor at the moment, so I highly appreciate it as well. um, But yeah, these colors are really interesting and very same thing, very minimalistic. And I like 90% of them. Some of them are just like kind of weird, but these like color combinations are really good and they work together well in some cases. Like these yellow and white is just not a good idea, but it's cute and it works. So yeah, we like them. There is not a lot of them, as mentioned. I think there is like just 100 and something. Yeah, 111. It's still something, and same stuff. You can get that as inspiration for outfit for whatever and so on. But yeah, you said even when making game or websites, it would be quite helpful. I don't have to know all of the color. Just look at the menu and pick some combination. Yes. So, yes and no. um, there is something else that you need to learn before or within these color recommendations, which is going to be the psychology of color. And if you've heard that before, um, you probably have seen some of the wheels that exist, including, can I find it? I will not find it because I'm talking about it. Shit like this is very common, and the one that most people have seen is this. And it's true-ish, and it's true in Western countries, aka the US, Canada, some part of Europe, and so on. Not necessarily true in other places. Like Africa has different color combination, Asia has different color combination that are like associated with things. But overall, learning about the psychology of color or the emotional impact of colors is useful. So you will know that anything that is kind of blue is meant to be trustful. And if you think about it, most banks are going to be blue-ish, mainly because of the royalty things in the background, but also because blue is trust, and therefore uh, it makes sense. Like blue and green are gonna be the banking system colors. When you have something that needs to, make you think and so on, you're gonna go into a purple slash blue system because it needs to be trustful but also creative. So that thinking is gonna be in between the two. So Twitch is something that makes you think because you're looking at other people and so on. Hence purple. So you have like a ton of things like this that you need to understand. And so for your IDs, like if you are building a website, building an app, building something, and you need a color, remember what the thing is supposed to be, and then pick a color from there. So if you have like, I don't know, you're building a game and the game is a medieval thing, like a Jump King type of stuff. The color for this game is probably going to be somewhere along the brown, green-ish. And so you can go into your color recommendation systems in books and then look for brown, green, orange-y color combo that exists. Like maybe something like this is a pretty medieval, like, yeah, oak tree type of thing that could work for the game. But yeah, that's the type of thing that you could do and could play with. God dang, that makes no sense. Thanks a lot for the hype train. I appreciate it. So you could do that, but learn about the psychology of color, and then color theory is fine, but it's not necessarily the best option. It will make sense. The color wheel of Canva is interesting, but it's not great. It will have like a ton of base information, which I do think is enough to read. Let me re-share that link that Thindor shared earlier. It has like enough to, make you understand most of the color theory. You don't need like a lot more than this. If you want to play with colors and experiment with the additive colors, the triads, and so on, I highly recommend the Adobe color wheel thingy because it's good. So this one is a tool for you to figure out. That's crazy how the URL are almost the same. Wow. Basically, you will select something like maybe you are looking for monochromatic color scheme, and you know that your game is supposed to be kind of green or kind of blue, kind of something, and then you have a monochromatic array of colors that will make sense with that ID. Maybe you need a triad, so you need things that are on opposite ends, and you need something that is going to be kind of green E, teal E for the main color, meaning that the opposites are going to be orange and purple, and then you have some combination in additions within the more darker themes for this. If you have other things like compounding colors, all the things that you want are going to be available, and you can just play with that and make sure that you have like a proper understanding of the color wheel with this. There is not a lot of explanation in there, but there are stuff if you want to go to not the color wheel to learn about color theory and so on. But that's a fine thing. Other than that, if you just want to browse, as you said earlier, the coolers is a good thing for references. We like this website a lot. I don't like the fact that they have made everything paid nowadays. It used to be absolutely free, and now it's just like kind of fuck off with the payments. But you can go and explore palettes, and then you will have like some references and so on. So going back to some of the things that you like right here. I like this green. It's fun. It's cute. We like it. All of that makes sense. It does, yes. Meanings differ, and I mean there is one that is the most common thing that people are saying. These people makes no sense. So you probably have seen that before, and people say it should be the opposite. The one going up is blue and the one going down is red, right? The reason for this is emojis are from Japan, and in Asia mostly, red is positive. So when you're looking at something going up, it's going to be red. And yeah, it's a positive thing. The fact that the chart is red and going up makes sense in Japan. But for us, we would love to see something like this, because that makes more sense for us. Like going down is red, it's negative, red is negative, red is an alert, red is something that we don't like, we don't want to see it. So it's going down. That's bad. But yeah, depending on where you are, different meaning, different impacts, different things. There is something that I used to say, and now I kind of changed that. But in some countries and in some cultures, the icons that we're using is kind of different as well. Like the icon for saving the floppy disk that most people are using, now it's more for cloud because it's saved in the cloud. This is the evolution of the icon, but there is a lot of other things like the home button with the house icon doesn't make a lot of sense for some cultures because the houses are different. So yeah. No, I can't. I already picked color red for warning. Still think. What do you mean by if nobody picked color like red for warnings if we would still think that the down arrow are reds. No, I don't think so. You're right with that. I think if the if the culture around the color was never negative around that same color, then the sentiment about that color would be probably different. AKA, red in Asia is very positive. Um, so yeah, so it would mean something else. There are some places where blue have different meanings. There are some places where, well, I mean, basically every colors have different meanings, but most of the world has some agreement for some reason that green is good. Um, and there probably has been some marketing and some things happening long before, but green seems to have been a common thing to say as, oh yeah, this is a good thing. So uh, yeah, but that might not be the case in different cultures, Tyndall. That's the thing. Um, yeah. So we have a thing for the main system of colors, and I could use that, but I mean, that's the same shit. It doesn't really matter. I have what I call the communication colors, which is uh, a set of like three-ish, five-ish colors. So you have a red, you have a green, you have a blue, which is going to be a sky. On this one, this is not going to work. And then you have a purple, and you have an orange. That's coral. That's not exactly what I want to have, but basically you have your alert, success, action, pending, and warning. And usually this is like more for an amber um, right here. And this one is usually more like a blue. Oh my god. If I could type, that could be great. Something like this. So these are my communication colors, and they are the communication colors of most websites where you need to do something. It's going to be something along the line of blue, or the main color of the site. When you have something that is waiting, it's going to be either gray or uh, or purple. If you are something that is in warning, so catching your attention but not telling you that it's an alert, it's going to be like an orange E, yellow E thing. And if it's an alert, it's going to be red. So that's the thing that is common in most Western website. In Japan, we have very similar colors, but there are some connotation with different colors, so that makes sense. And don't worry about the lengthy message. My dyslexia is just going to take a while. um, and yes, um, red. I mean, green being um, the last color named in any civilization is pretty interesting as well. Um, so it's something that you don't know yet. The naming green is like kind of the last step in the primaries. Naming red is one of the first because of blood, usually. Um, and you get blue because of the sky and the sea. And then you get green much later. And you usually have things like yellow as well because of the sun. You have other things that are coming in civilization that is happening in different stages, which is kind of fun because when you think about um, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to see that. I am able to see that. Good job, me. Um, if you look at traffic light, for example, in Japanese, um, in Japanese, the green light is blue. They call that blue, or they use the same word as blue. Even though it's green, it's obviously green, but it is something that they say blue. And there are a ton of other things that are obviously green, but they say blue because in the order of which, god damn, sorry, in the order of things where the colors appeared, the blue was the first thing that they have named, and the green didn't exist yet. And so they have named stuff blue, even though it's now obviously green, but it's blue. It's said blue. So this is owl. That's the thing. Khalil, welcome on in.
TG
Goddamn.
underscore Khalil raided my stream with 11 viewers.
Goddamn. I hope you're good. I hope your stream was good. As always, for those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm AOA. I'm the helping designer. So if you have any design question, feel free to ask. We are currently talking about color theory and color psychology and color in general. So if you're interested in that, welcome on. But yeah, thanks a lot for the raid. Okay, I hope you're good. As always, if you need a raid and run as it's late, please do that. If you need raid and stay, please do that as well. Highly appreciated. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. And my name is Blue in Japanese.
TG
Like
underscore
my
Khalil just resubscribed for 50
yeah.
months. Buon giornito, Mr. Le Professor.
Like, I mean, this doesn't necessarily mean anything to you, as this is just the kanji for blue in Japanese. I mean, it's also the kanji for blue in Chinese, but yeah. You know. um, so, yeah. And ao is the kanji in question. So yeah, it's interesting. Colors are interesting. So going back to the initial question, learning color theory is useful. I learned it when I was in school. I, at the time, thought it was shit and a waste of time, and I still kind of do so. But because I learned it when I was in school, I still have the informations. So, you know, that's the thing. But Carol, thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. But yeah. Take care if you're walking. Walking be good. Walking be good. So yeah, other than that, I don't think I have other like resources for you where you can easily learn the color theory and so on. There are obviously plenty of websites, plenty of things that you can use, including YouTube. YouTube is a very I mean, it is a very interesting platform where you will have a ton of things, including something like the Future Academy. And there is a very small video of this one. I think it is it is very interesting. Um, it is explaining how to use color and how to make sure that your color usage is good. And then they have the color theory, color basics playlist right there. But I want the playlist in total playlist. Right there. Right there, the right playlist. And this one has everything that you need to know about the color theory and so on, and it's gonna be all good. It's nothing, right? It's like 7 minutes, 13 minutes, 4 minutes, 2 minutes. So it makes sense, right? Cool. That's the I would say that's some of the best videos that you will have. There is plenty of others, obviously. Obviously, there is plenty of others that have done color theory things, but the reason why I like these ones is because they are short, very short, very small, very fast video to watch. Like 7 minutes is really, really cool. So that's neat. We like it. It's nice. It makes sense. You learn everything. There is a lot of people that have done the exact same content in shorts, so you can go even faster if you want to. But if you're really interested in learning colors and how to use colors, then these are pretty good. But yeah, other than that, I would say the last point, which is not really the last point, but it's kind of the last point,
Mutiny
is
Cat
simply
is now
going to be
following.
understanding the psychology and the use cases of colors, because I mean it's just based on location and based on the thing that you're trying to build. Again, website, game, whatever. The feeling that needs to be perceived from the user is this, and therefore that's the color that's going to go with it. That's because the target audience or the target for that game, that website, that thing is this region, which has that thing. So yeah. Mutiny Cat, welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for following. Again, appreciate it. Welcome on in. And also I was just kind of looking at this, and this looks great. God dang. This is cute as fuck. But yeah, and then there is like the Future Academy is gonna have like a ton of other things, including the typography manual, and there is like a ton of videos about typography, which is also the second point that most people have a very hard time with when creating designs, because it is not the easiest, but it's not the most complex. This video alone, this 3 minutes video, is the easiest thing that you need to watch in order to have like the entirety of the terminology of the typography, like what is a stem, what is an eye, what is an opening, what is the overshoot, and so on. Like all of that is in that thing. It's pretty useful. It makes sense. It takes 3 minutes of your time and then you're done. This one has 31 videos, and some of them are really long, like this thing has in 30 minutes. But overall, great stuff. Great stuff. But yeah, if you have more questions about colors, feel free to ask. And same though for the glass morphism thing, we don't have like a ton of other options. There is this need for opacity that, like, you need like a lot of opacity, or not a lot of opacity, depending on which one you want to go to get the thing to have enough contrast with the content and the background to not really be shit. So I get it. Like shit like this, for example, this is kind of shit. I'm not gonna lie. Like these things, kind of shit. Mainly because, again, this right here, it's good because the background is system-based. If the background was user-based, this is the worst interface that you could add. Because right there, it's going to be a mess to ensure that it's like visible and readable and so on. But if it's system-based, you don't give a fuck. It's just like, if you have the control, you can do the thing to make it be good. And if you always know, then you can have like even more controls. As in, right here, for example, I have I apparently don't have much. I have made sure that my backgrounds are matching in terms of what they are. Just go there. It's going to be much faster. I don't know why I got logged out, but I got logged out. Which is, by the way, right there if you want to check it out. If for some reason I wanted to have my background for my website to be kind of green, I want to make sure that the cards themselves are still kind of dark, but they are green. If I had my thing in light mode, sorry for the flash on this one, I still want that to shine through with the color in question. So I want to have that transition, that nice color in the background that shines through. If I wanted to have like same thing here, you know, like very much simple overall, but it's just it needs to bleed through. So it's transparent, but it's not transparent. There is no real blur happening, even though I can create something that looks as if there is like a bit of a blur. Like it seems like this is, you know, a nice colored background with glass, but that's not the case. It's just like similar color as the color specified in the background, and then using that effect and that blur right here that makes it look like it's kind of glass, but it's not. So that's the thing that you can do, and it's pretty easy. It's simple. It works. And it's fake glass, but it's not like transparent. If I have, for example, I can't do that right now, but if I had like the ability to let you put an image as a background, you would have like a pure black background on top. Like I can't give you transparency because transparency will have some issues. And the reason for transparency issues is that the card is the same thing. So if it was not like a solid background, solid color, you would still see the rest of the page underneath right here, which is not what you want to have. So, you know, just small details. It makes sense, but yeah, that's the idea. It's fine though. It is fine. So yeah, glass is fine, but it's just like don't put it on everything. Best option would be to have like the most opaque things with some stuff here and there, and other than that, yeah, you should be fine. You should be fine. But there is so much glass effect that you want to have. Again, going back to what we said with Stony 3 years ago now. Blur is going to be the most like processing intensive thing that will break in most browser. And even if you make sure that it works, you will probably have some issues here and there with the blur. So I would highly recommend you to fake the blur instead of doing the true blur, unless you are sure that you can have the thing fixed and working entirely. But yeah, other than that, That's about it. That's about it. Like that. That makes no sense. But that's just cool. And you don't need it. But that's glass. That is true glass. And, you know, if you want to do that, you can do that. But that's just like a gimmick once. Nothing else. It doesn't need to exist. Shit like this is cool. Like just a smidge amount of subtle color, and that's it. Or a bit of inner outer system. You can see how what I mentioned earlier with that gradient, that thing. This highlight the kind of more physical thing. That's the current direction in which we are going. Or at least in which most designers are going, and a lot of designers are going back to this because, just they want to stand out from the crowd. So, yeah, but like shit like this, that's going to be kind of complicated to maintain and ensure that it is readable. Basically, because this is going to be a video call, I'm expecting this thing to be a video. So the fact that I have a white t-shirt, that I have bright sun, that I have something, I need to have like proper contrast ratio to be able to be like accessible. And that is where OKLCH is going to come back in the mix. I would say one of the blogs that I talked about a long time ago now is somewhere. I don't know if I posted it. It's right there. This is the blog from 2022 that is called The State of CSS by web.dev, and it is a very interesting read and watch for your interests on CSS. I don't know, but it has something in the LCH and OKLCH explanation of what it does and how it works, and it's containing a ton of things that will help you understand how you can use the yes, it is. It feels like it's a small article. Yeah. But there is a lot of things about colors. There is a lot of things about color mix, which is something that is now accessible and now available. And I love the fact that this is up to date. So that's really neat. Nonetheless, color mix is something that I love as well, and I showcased that in the past. It's so easy to make sure that you have enough contrast ratio with something by mixing it with another color. So if you know that your light mode needs more darker themes or darker pigments in order to stand out, then you use a color mix to get your colors to be a bit darker than what they are in default state. And then if you are in dark mode, you need more light, so you blend it with a bit more white with a color mix. So yeah, but if you have the time, highly recommend you read this entire thing. I watched the video multiple times. I read the article multiple times as well, and that's why I have some knowledge about it. But yeah, there is like a ton of explanation and so on. We like it. We like it. But the system with OKLCH and why we are, or LCH, why we are recommending it is because it is bound to the perceived colors instead of the true colors. So, just having a lighter or darker added to something and you get the right thing, it's neat. It's useful. It makes sense. It makes so much sense. Anyways. That is the thing. That is the thing. I didn't recommend it though. What? However, I need to go grocery shopping. I need to go do some buying and being less rich, which is going to be very fast. Very fast. Cat's live, Clark's live, Jackie's live, Coffee's and Co is live as well. Stony, is there someone that that we know that we haven't seen? Matt Chirpy is live as well. That's true. That's true. Um, go get some food. Go get some food. Stony could be live, but Stony's not live. Not right now. Not right now. Um, is Matt Chirpy just started? He just started. Where are you going, Stony? What's the direction? You need a shave. God damn. God damn. Going coffee? Then let's back to coffee. I mean, I guess we rated coffee on one day though. We did coffee on one day, I think. Too late. Too late. Yeah. Nonetheless, thanks a lot for being here. Highly appreciated, as always. If you have a question and I'm not live, you can join the Discord to ask the question there until we have your co-account where we have like a proper server and stuff. If you have a lot of perfumes, like myself, maybe have perfume. It's pretty cool. It's a nice way to organize your perfume collection. If you have a lot of links, like myself again, uh, join Ban. Ban is great. Ban is great. And yeah, the usual thing if you want to learn Japanese, Can is a great option. It was stream number 41. I did change the number last time. I didn't forget. I didn't forget. Thank you for being here. Highly appreciate it. Feels you won. Congrats on winning, even though you are not there anymore. Even though you are very close to the winning. I'm impressed. I am impressed. You're not even on the board, bitch. Not even on the board. God damn. As always, eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. I'm gonna go some grocery shopping and shit. But yeah, take care of yourself. And I'll see you all on Monday at 1:30 Paris time. Bye.